Good evening, everyone. We're ready to begin. This Planning Commission meeting is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. We are live on KCLV Channel 2, and this meeting will be rebroadcast Saturday at 10 a.m., the following Monday at midnight, and Tuesday at 5 a.m. and 6 p.m. Will everyone please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Chair Moody.
Here.
Vice Chair Schlotman.
Present.
Commissioner Quinn. Here. Commissioner Flangus. Excused. Commissioner Trowbridge.
Here.
Commissioner Creer.
Here.
Commissioner Cherry.
Here.
And you do have a quorum.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, I call your attention to the information printed in your agenda concerning our actions and the appeal and review process, if appropriate. Please read this carefully, and if you have any questions, staff is available to answer them. Also, the second page of the agenda contains our rules of conduct, and we appreciate you are adhering to these rules so that we can have a smooth meeting tonight. Moving on to item 4, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name for the record. The amount of discussion, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. All comments made under this item for specific action items will be cross-referenced to those items. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? Seeing none, we'll move on to item 5. For possible action to approve the final minutes for the Planning Commission meetings of December 8, 2015. And let me just note before I entertain a motion from the Vice Chair that having been absent from last month's meeting, I will abstain on that vote.
Mr. Chairman, for item number 5, I move to approve the Planning Commission minutes for December 8, 2015.
Thank you very much. The motion is to approve the minutes of the Planning Commission meeting of December 8, 2015. Please vote. Please post. That motion carries. Let's move on to our housekeeping items. Are there any items that commissioners, staff, applicants, or members of the public would like to pull forward for action?
Mr. Chairman, staff has received the following abeyance requests. Items 17, 18, and 19, VAR 61046, SUP 61047, and SUP 61183. The applicant has requested abeyance until March 8. Items 20 and 21, VAR 61777 and VAC 61552. Applicant has requested abeyance until February 9. Items 39, 40, and 41, GPA 62387, ZON 62392, SDR 62393. Applicant has requested abeyance until March 8. Items 45 through 50, ZON 62349, VAR 62351, VAR 62352, WVR 62529, VAC 62354, TMP 62355. The applicant has requested abeyance until February 9. Item 64, RQR 62044. Applicant has requested abeyance until February 9. Item 65, SDR 62361. Applicant requested abeyance until February 9. And the last housekeeping items, items 66 and 67, ROC 62359 and VAR 62360. Applicant is requested abeyance until February 9.
Okay, thank you very much. Do any members of the public wish to be heard on any of these items that have just been mentioned for which requests have been made for abeyance? Hearing none, Commissioner Schlotman, do you have a motion on these housekeeping items?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion to hold items 20 and 21, 45 through 50, 64, 65, 66, and 67 until the February 9th Plan Commission hearing, and items 17, 18, 19, and items 39 through 41 until the March 8th Plan Commission hearing.
Okay, thank you very much. Motion has been made. Please vote. Okay, that motion carries. Those items are obeyed as noted. We are now to the one motion, one vote portion of the agenda. The following are items that may be considered in one motion, one vote. They are considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items. All public hearing and non-public hearings will be opened at one time. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the Planning Commission not in agreement with the conditions and all staff conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this part of the agenda. Item number 7. EOT 6316. The applicant owner is Great Wash Park, LLC, for possible action on a request for an extension of time of an approved site development plan review for a major amendment of an approved site development plan review to reduce the southeast side yard setback from 115 feet to 65 feet and to reduce the number of residential units from 340 to 300 of an existing mixed-use development at 330, 340, 350, and 360 South Rampart Boulevard in Ward 2. Staff recommends approval. Item 8 is VAR 62320. The applicant owner is Gustavo Cain Ramirez Campos for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 25-foot front yard setback where 50 feet is required, to allow a 5-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is required, and to allow a 15-foot rear yard setback where 35 feet is required for a proposed single-family detached dwelling at 720 Effinger Street in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Item 9, SUP 62124. The applicant is Sushi Culiacan. The owner is Tenea Vegas Partners, LP et al. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a beer wine cooler on sale establishment within an existing 2,880 square foot restaurant at 4420 East Charleston Boulevard, Suite 5 in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Item 10 is SUP 62233. The applicant is Lolo's Chicken and Waffles, and the owner is Weingarten Realty Investors. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 6,435 square foot restaurant with alcohol at 2040 North Rainbow Boulevard in Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Item 11 is SUP 62273. The applicant is Enterprise Leasing Company West, LLC. The owner is TUPR LLC and TUPR2 LLC. For possible action on a request for a special use permit to allow a 1,700 square foot automobile rental facility at 1 South Main Street in Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Item 12 is SUP 62325. The applicant is El Nopal Mexican Grill. The owner is Red Feather Property, LLC. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a beer wine cooler on sale establishment within an existing 1,514 square foot restaurant at 3231 North Decatur Boulevard, Suite 101 in Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Item 13, SUP 62342. The applicant is Curry's Mediterranean Restaurant. The owner is GNI 8 Village Square LLC. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed restaurant with a service bar use within a proposed 3,653 square foot restaurant at 9340 West Sahara Avenue, Suite 106 in Ward 2. Staff recommends approval. Item 14 is SUP 62344. The applicant is Theo Spire, and the owner is Harrison Properties Ltd. For possible action on a request for a major amendment to an approved special use permit for a proposed 1,718 square foot outdoor patio addition to an existing 1,152 square foot tavern limited establishment use at 725 South Las Vegas Boulevard, Suite 210 in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. And the last item on the one motion, one vote portion of the agenda tonight is item 15, SDR 61910. The applicant owner is the City of Las Vegas et al. For possible action on a request for a major amendment to an approved site development plan review to revise the parking lot, add play areas, and other on-site improvements with a waiver of the medical district streetscape standards for a proposed individual care center, that is child care, at 1617 Alta Drive in Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Are there any members of the public that wish to be heard on any of these items at this point? Good evening.
Good evening. Elena Ariano, 1916 Trail Peak Lane, Las Vegas, Nevada 89134. We'd like to discuss the conditions on item number 10.
Would you like that pulled forward, or do you just want to discuss those conditions?
Well, the question we have is that there was a condition that was imposed late this afternoon. We've not had the opportunity to review that with the owner, so what we would ask is that whatever action is taken would allow us to go forward to City Council so that we can meet with Councilman
Let's
Barlow.
pull that item forward. We'll pull that off the one motion, one vote, and give you a minute, give you an opportunity to speak on that.
Thank you.
Okay, does anyone else wish to be heard on any items tonight? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment.
Mr. Chairman, through you, on item number 11, I have to abstain. I have a contractual relationship with TUPR LLC.
Okay, thank you. We'll note that abstention. Vice Chair?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on the one motion, one vote items, I'd move to approve items 7 through 9 and 11 through 15, noting the abstention of Commissioner Cherry on item number 11.
Okay, thank you very much. The motion is made. Please vote. Please post. That motion carries. Noting the abstention on item 11 of Commissioner Cherry.
Mr. Chairman, items 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15 are all final action unless appealed to the City Clerk's office within 10 days.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, we're now moving on to the public hearing items. Having pulled item number 10 forward, since I just read that into the record, maybe our city attorney, does that need to be read in again?
No, that's fine.
All right, very good. Can we please have a staff report on item 10?
Sure. Mr. Chairman, the subject site was previously licensed for tavern use in conjunction with a Tony Romo's restaurant that operated from 1996 through 2014. The proposed use restaurant with alcohol is less intense than the previous tenant and is compatible with surrounding land uses. Staff recommends approval and notes that additional protests were received after the agenda was posted.
Okay, thank you. And are you here on behalf of the applicant?
Yes, I'm representing the applicant. I'm here on behalf of LAS Consulting, who filed the application.
Very good. Will you state your name and address again, please?
Elena Ariano, 1916 Trail Peak Lane, Las Vegas, 89134.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Our concern is we were in agreement with all of the conditions that staff had imposed on this. We received a call late this afternoon from Councilman Barlow's liaison regarding the alcohol use. He would prefer that we only have beer and wine. Our concern at this point is we cannot contact the owner. They're in Haiti on a humanitarian mission. So they're not even available within cell phone range. And so, just for the record, we can't accept that condition. So we need to take whatever action is appropriate. It was our understanding that they were going to send this forward to the city council for final action. So I'm not quite sure how that all ties into the hearing tonight, but we just want to be on the record saying that we are not in a position to accept that condition with the restriction on alcohol because we've not had an opportunity to talk to the owner.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let me open this for public comment. Does anyone wish to speak either for or against item 10? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment, and we can discuss this.
Mr.
I
Chairman?
assume, yes.
Just for the record, it's not necessary for the applicant to orally agree to the conditions on the record. The city council and the planning commission can put whatever conditions they deem appropriate for a special use permit. That agreement orally is really only so that if they want to sue us later, they've essentially waived that ability by orally agreeing on the record. So you can still impose that condition tonight if you'd like to.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Creer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question. So when is your facility going to be open? You have to come back up to the mic, please.
I'm sorry, I'm under the impression that it's due to open within a week or so.
Okay, and for 16 years, it operated as another operation which had a liquor license,
Yes, they did.
correct? They had a full bar liquor?
Yes, they did.
And you have a separate bar from the restaurant area?
Yes,
Okay, and you're looking to serve full alcohol,
that's,
beer, wine?
that's what we were working towards, yes.
Okay. I don't have a problem with it, to tell you the truth. I mean, if it was for 16 years, a restaurant stood there and operated, it's on Rainbow, it's a very high-trafficked area. There's other restaurants right around you that
Right,
have,
if Tony Roma's is there, there's Sweet Tomatoes. It's the Best in the West Shopping Center that's been there since, I believe, 1992?
Yeah.
Excuse me, 96 or 97, I
yeah,
believe.
unless I'm missing something, but I'm fine with it. I'm going to support it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Creer, would you like to make a motion?
Please, I make a motion to approve agenda item SUP 62233 and follow staff's recommendations with conditions.
Thank
So
you very
does that
much.
include the full-service alcohol?
Yes, that includes with the current conditions that are there now, which includes,
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, Mr. Scott. No conditions have been changed. What the applicant has signed off on agreements with is still the standard conditions that they agreed to originally. No additional conditions or changes have occurred since the publishing of this staff report and the conditions.
which means when you walk in here, they're the same as when you're walking out.
All right, thank you.
And that would be for the restaurant with alcohol.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. Motion is to approve item 10. Please vote. Please post. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item 10 will be heard at the City Council meeting on February 17th, 2016.
Very good. Moving on to item 16, DIR 62634. The applicant is Hellfire Media, LLC, and the owner is the State Bar of Nevada. For possible action on a request to designate the Weingart House as a historic building on the City of Las Vegas Historic Property Register, as approved by the Historic Preservation Committee at 600 East Charleston Boulevard in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. May we please have the staff report?
Thank you, Chair. The Historic Preservation Commission and Historic Preservation Officer are recommending approval of the nomination report for historic designation. We have determined that the Weingart House is eligible as an historic landmark under Title 19.10.150 because it is determined to be of exceptional local significance and expresses a distinctive character because a significant portion of it is at least 50 years old. It is reflective of the city's cultural, social, political, or economic past, and it is associated with a person or event significant in local, state, or national history. If designated on the City of Las Vegas Historic Property Register, the Historic Preservation Commission will be responsible for reviewing any work requiring a building or zoning permit for 600 East Charleston Boulevard, otherwise known as the Weingart House. And once again, staff recommends approval of the nomination. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr.
Good
Chairman?
evening.
If I could, just for 1 second?
Yes.
I just have a disclosure to make. Normally, I don't have disclosures, but in this instance, I had I didn't give advice on this item when it came up for a special use permit last time, because I'm the president-elect of the State Bar of Nevada. Since that time, the State Bar has closed its transaction with Hellfire Media. State Bar of Nevada no longer owns the building, and I will be advising you on this item.
Thank you. Good evening. One more.
Mr. Chair,
Chair.
I do live in the notification area of this application, but I don't feel like it'll sway me one way or the other on the vote. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. My name's Heidi Swank. I'm with the Nevada Preservation Foundation, 620 South 11th Street, 89101. And we are representing the applicant, and the applicant is in support of this designation.
Okay.
And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'll open this for public comment. Do any members of the public wish to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment and see if there's any discussion by the planning commissioners. Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion for approval on item 16, DIR 62634.
Thank you. The motion is for approval of item 16. Please vote. Please post. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item will be heard at City Council meeting on February 17th, 2016.
Okay. Skipping down to item 22. This is an abeyance item, VAR 61411. The applicant owner is 320 South 11th Street, 11th LLC, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a front-loaded garage in front of the primary structure where such is not permitted, to allow accessory structures that are not aesthetically compatible with the principal dwelling, to allow a 7-foot front yard setback where 10 feet is required, to allow a 0-foot side yard setback where 3 feet is required, to allow a 0-foot rear yard setback where 3 feet is required, and to allow building separations of 0 feet and 4 feet where 6 feet is the minimum required for 2 existing accessory structures, that is Class 2, totaling 1,931 square feet at 320 South 11th Street in Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Can we please have staff's report?
Mr. Chairman, this application is before you as a result of an ongoing code enforcement case from January of 2015. The applicant has constructed attached enclosed carports along the front and rear of the property, effectively creating garages. These improvements encroach into the required front, side, and rear yard setback areas. This request is predicated upon a completely self-imposed hardship created by the applicant, as there are no unique or extraordinary circumstances to warrant deviations from the development standards. Therefore, staff's recommending denial. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. You the applicant?
My name is John Kubota, and I'm representing the applicant.
Okay. State your address, please.
My name is John Kubota, and I'm at 5125 West Oquendo Road, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89118.
Go ahead.
Okay. Give my spiel. We think that this should be allowed because there are other neighbors up and down the street that have similar conditions and have met similar situations. I was thinking we had an overhead projector here, but...
We do. Go ahead and put your, whatever you'd like to show us right in the middle.
Okay.
There should also be a mic. I don't, there it is.
There it is. At 137 to 131 South 11th Street, there are houses...
Sir, you can rotate that. There you go.
Okay.
And if you'd like to move that mic just a little to the side, we'll be able to see everything clearly.
I see what you're saying.
There you go. Thank you.
Okay. There are, there's an apartment complex across the street and up a block that exceeds the requirements that this owner put when he built his garages. I was out there and I measured. Our garages sit 213 inches from the curb line, where up the street, they sit 179 inches from the curb line. So we're further away from the curb than the house up the apartment complex up the street. There are apartments with garages that are built in. They have doors that come out between the units. Much of what has been built at 320 South 11th Street is similar to what is up the street. Okay? In the back, the same thing applies. There are this is our unit, and you can see there's parking all up and down. Some neighbors have this existing, covered right on the alleyway. You can see the power pole is a foot or so away from that garage, where in ours, it's the same close setback to the power pole. So I'm assuming that power pole's right on property line, alleyway line. So the construction is similar to what is up the street, down the street, around in the area. The intention of all this is that many of the people who are renting there are looking for a more secure place to live and park their cars. They don't like to say that it's a bad neighborhood, but to have your car parked on the street or parked in an uncovered, unsecured parking area is worth more to the renters than not having it covered, not having it secured. The intention was to make the neighborhood a better neighborhood by supplying the people who rent there the security of their cars. So, and we think that it should be approved, or at least let us work with City Council to make modifications to the construction. So they want egress, they want parking spaces, certain width and lengths. It's all there, it's just that you have to make little modifications to it. Some other little thoughts about this, as this is a picture, took it to show that yes, your sign is still on there this morning. Next door to it is a church without any parking. Helps to have secured, covered parking when you have massive use on a Sunday or other weekday nights. And up the street further, there's a bar. Well, again, the same issue. Not a lot of parking around it. This gives the people who live there knowledge that when they come home, nobody's going to be sitting in their parking place. Yes, you can always call police or call towing and have it towed, but it's easier and better to have your secured parking in front of your house. So I think that we should be allowed to proceed with our design, proceed with approval of this, and we'll work with staff to get meet as many conditions, the intent of the zoning requirements.
Thank you, sir. I'm now going to open this for public comment.
Hello.
Good evening.
My name is George. I live at 320 South 11th Street.
I need your
apartment
full
10.
name, please.
George Yunchai. And I live at 320 South 11th Street, and there's only 10 units there, total of 10. The gentleman here is correct. I mean, it looks great. It offers security. We have women that live there that when they pull in their garage, they can close the garage and not have to worry about somebody coming up behind them, attacking them in the dark. And some of them work at night because they're waitresses, cocktail waitresses at night. You know, we have vagrants that have slept in the alleyway there along the fence line. And then, I mean, if we didn't have the garages, they'd probably be sleeping underneath our car. These garages are no different than the gentleman just said that they are down the street. They're nice. They make the place look a lot better. They offer security. They offer peace of mind. I know when I hear an alarm going off down the street or next door, whatever, I know it's not my vehicle because it's in the garage. So for me to say that for you guys to want to take this down, no, absolutely not. Please do not take these down. I live there. I love them. That's the reason why I moved there. I love living downtown. The whole downtown area is becoming developed very nice. It's becoming more of a like downtown Phoenix, if you've ever been down there. It's become a great place to live and be. You take these garages, you take away the security away from us. Don't do that. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bobby Bradway. I live at 2612 Heartland Avenue, Henderson, Nevada. I'm representing the owners at 324 South 11th Street, right next door, the house with the pink, the green. I'm representing the owners because they think it's an eyesore. When they first put the garage up and they were doing the fence and everything, they removed the gate on my friend's owner's property. They moved it 2 feet back so they can put that fence up on the side of the house, of the apartment complex. There are trucks, they don't even use the garage. They park on the outside, so when people are walking down the street, there's a big old Suburban on the outside park right on the, so people got to walk around the truck just to go to on the opposite side of the sidewalk. And they're still contracting on there's still stuff in the garage in the back, so there's no one parking in the back garage. There's no cars back there. They still have construction stuff in there. And they also are they don't use the garage. I have never seen anybody parked in the garage when I go over there and check the house, or I just see them parked on the outside. There's a big old green truck parked on the outside. If they say they're using the garage, they're not using the garage because they're using the outside where people have to walk around the truck to use the opposite, to get on the other side of the sidewalk. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I rebut?
No, sir.
Hi, good evening. My name is Emil Von Driska. I live at 324 South 11th Street, apartment 2, which is the house that Bobby was just talking about, directly south of the other building. Few things, when that first was built, I was shocked that it was actually there because it reminds me of my childhood in Chicago, driving down an alley where all you see is garage. It's not aesthetically the same as those other apartment complexes that were built actually 2 blocks to the north. I know they built several on the one by 11th Street and then one farther down. Those are aesthetically pleasing when you look at them. They all fit together. This is basically, I don't know what, like I said, a garage built in front of a house. It wrecks the line of sight. If you're out in front of 324, you can't see anything down the street because it's built all the way to the street. The gentleman stated about the church. The church has about 4 or 5 members that drive cars to the church. There's never been a parking issue there. They have a meeting on Wednesday night. They have a meeting on Sunday morning. It's not a mass crowd going there. It's a very small little church. The other thing I wanted to say was that these people want to be isolated there in their little castle, the thing. They want to live downtown, but they don't want the essence of downtown, I guess. I've lived in that residence over 7 years. I've never had a problem. I've never seen anybody sleeping by the property there. They sleep across the street at a vacant place, but I've never seen anybody sleeping in that area while taking out the garbage. I come home at 2 in the morning. I never have a problem. And the biggest thing is just the eyesore of it. Also, the other thing is these people that built it evidently have no regard for the city ordinances or city permitting process, as well as their neighbor. As Bobby stated, they literally sawed off a fence and moved it back so they could put a emergency exit in, I guess, that the fire department required or something, onto their neighbor's property. So that's pretty much all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, sir. I'm now going to give you a brief opportunity for a rebuttal. I don't know if you want to take that or the occupant wants to take it. I'll give one of you that chance.
Okay. An eyesore. It's an aesthetic opinion. What you think is an eyesore, I may not. I'm a structural engineer. I try not to make opinions on what architects think are beautiful looking. The people can and do pull in and don't pull into their driveway, into their units, yes, but that's true about everybody, anywhere in the subdivisions, the city. But they can is the important part. Yeah, big guy doesn't feel threatened. Smaller woman may feel a little more threatened. It's what you feel at the time and what you see at the time. I know we can make these meet requirements. We've built 1-hour firewalls. We've built exits for egress out of bedrooms through parking areas. We know we can do these changes. It's just that it helps the people. It increases the value of the rental to have the security of a possible parking place where there normally is none. And if you look up and down the neighbors, there aren't a whole lot of garages in these neighborhoods. So I think we can work with the aesthetics. Well, we can work with meeting code requirements, but I think we need to be able to work with staff to get these requirements done.
Thank you. Going to close the public comment and open this for discussion on the Planning Commission.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to start because I was actually the person who constructed those 3-story lofts that were aesthetically compatible, the garage that you've shown with the architecture that was above it. And if you would have stepped back and taken a picture of the entire building, you would have seen that. This isn't just an add-on garage that we put onto the front of those lofts. This was something that we actually come to the City Planning Commission. We come to the City Council. We went through the whole permitting process. That's something that you and your clients did not do. And to just go out and add this garage onto the front of this building, it's not aesthetically compatible with the existing structure. The structure looks amazing. I mean, you have stone, you have stucco, the paint colors, and then you add this structure on the front, and you can't tell me that that's compatible. And thank you for pulling out that tape measure and measuring. You're going to make my next point. 107 inches or whatever. I'll let you repeat those measurements if you'd like. Versus 140 inches or whatever it is. Look at the picture that's on the screen right now. You see that truck hanging out across the parking lot or across the sidewalk? What if somebody in a wheelchair is coming down the street? How are they going to like pass down the sidewalk? Sorry, sir. Comments are over. In front of the other lofts, there's not that long driveway depth where you can't park in front of them. And this isn't only a problem in downtown. This is a problem that comes up throughout the entire community where we have to have X number of feet, and if you don't meet the X number of feet, then you can't have any driveway. So, you know, just going out and building stuff in front of your property without permits doesn't set well with me. You know, the back portion along the alley, you know, I think I could live with. But if you went out and pulled the proper permits, there's no way that I'm going to support this and, you know, you just disregarding our ordinances, our laws, our permits, and everything else, and just building this. I went on Google Maps, I drove the area, and this does not fit in with anything else in the neighborhood. And you can't say that this is the same as 11th Street lofts. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Cherry?
Through the chair, I also have issues with this. Not only the picture, I noticed the dumpster in the back not having an enclosure back there, and it's definitely not compatible with the area. And the biggest issue I have is not going through the building department. It's building and safety. And I noticed in the backup that one of the roofs collapsed in the past inside the multifamily structure, and code enforcement was out there. And that's just something you can't bypass. You just can't rock up and start building. I won't be supporting the application.
Thank you. Let me just weigh in on this. You know, sometimes, while I agree whether or not something is either aesthetic or compatible can be subjective to the person seeing that. This is not a close call for me. This is neither aesthetic nor is it compatible with the surrounding neighborhood, and I can't support this either. If there are no other comments, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to deny item number 22, VAR 61411.
Thank you. The motion is to deny item 22. Let me remind you that a yes vote is for denial. Please vote. Please post. That motion carries. Item 22 is denied.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to related items 23 and 24. Item 23 is an abeyance, SUP 61789. The applicant is Red Hook Capital Partners II, LLC, and the owner is Wells Fargo Bank, N.A. Trust, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed public or private school primary at 7951 West Deer Springs Way in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Related item 24 is also an abeyance item, SDR 61790, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a 36,205 square foot public school primary within an existing building and an outdoor playground in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Can we please have staff's report?
Mr. Chairman, within the late submittal packet, the applicant has provided an additional plan that shows a wall intended to screen the playground, as well as a traffic circulation plan. These additional plans do not require any condition changes to the application before the Commission tonight and will be addressed through the permit process if the application is approved. Staff finds that the request is compatible with development in the area and recommends approval.
Thank you. Is the applicant or owner here? Good evening.
Hello, Chairman Moody, Commissioners. My name is Bert Diesendorf. I'm here representing the applicant. My address is 1835 Village Center Circle, Las Vegas, Nevada 89135. And this is a representative of the applicant.
Yeah, hi, my name is David Hyun. I'm from Red Hook Capital Partners. Address is 777 South Figueroa, Los Angeles, California, 90017. Sorry.
Thank you.
We've worked closely with the staff, and the staff has recommended approval. We are here to answer any questions you may have about the project.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to open this for public comment. Do any members of the public wish to be heard for or against these items?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, good evening. My name is Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here representing the property owner, as you can see on the screen, which is on the vacant property to the south of this project. We have been working with the school over the last several weeks. We are here tonight to tell you that we are in support of the application. We've been working with them on a circulation plan and a development plan in this area. So I'm here in support.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing, and let me begin by thanking you for working so closely, not only with staff, but with the neighborhood as well as the Mayor Pro Tem's office. I know that at your neighborhood meeting, there was one neighbor that attended, and I believe you've addressed the concerns that were raised during that meeting. And for all those reasons, you're going to see my support on these applications.
Thank you.
Commissioner Carrera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question. Where's the traffic flow? Twice a day, you're going to get drop-off and pick-up of kids here. And how many kids are you anticipating? And I know that, there we go. So it's here. I was going to see if you're going to show it. So how does that impact the other and this is my first time seeing this, so.
This is not the most recent traffic circulation plan. This was our original proposal that we sat down and met with the city traffic engineers, actually twice on this. And this was a plan that we all felt worked correctly, but the property owners, represented by Mr. Gronauer, felt that they did not want the traffic exiting on Sky Point. And so we have revised the circulation plan. The plan was submitted, the new plan was submitted as that last update. See this? No, you just put it down there, put it on the screen. We worked, as I was stating previously, when we worked with the adjoining property owners, they were concerned about the traffic circulation, and we've retained Ken Ackrick from Kimley Horn to analyze the traffic flow and the traffic patterns for us. So we've come up with a new plan to retain all the traffic circulation on site. And if you look at this project, I don't know if I can point to it on here, but this is the property that Red Hook, my client, is acquiring, but now they are also acquiring this property here. So we now have over 359 parking spaces on site. We have a total of approximately 5 acres on site to handle all the on-site circulation. So the traffic will be coming in on Deer Springs Road, and it will be entering the site on the east side, circulating around with monitors on all sites. We have monitors here, monitors here, monitors here, 2 drop-off points, and circulate the traffic back out on Deer Springs Road. And our traffic analyst, Ken Ackrick's here with us tonight if we need to give you any more detail on that, but we have sufficient on-site retention. We have stacking for over, I think it's 57 cars. And, we feel it's a very workable plan and we have Coral Academy of Science. The executives from Coral Academy of Science are here also if we want to talk about drop-off and pickup times. They're here prepared to discuss that topic. But we have staggered bell schedules and that type of thing. If you want more detail on that, they can certainly give you that information. But with 359 parking spaces, 2 drop-off and 2 pickup times, monitors out there, the circulation pattern works very well on site.
My last question to you is, and just to reiterate, the entire building will be dedicated to the school?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay, I think we're ready for a motion.
Mr. Chair, through you, I'd like to make a motion for approval on item 23, abeyance item SUP 61789.
Thank you. The motion is to approve item 23. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Mr. Chair, on item 24, I'd like to make a motion for approval SDR 61790.
Thank you. The motion is to approve item 24. Please vote. Please post. Motion also carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 23 and 24 are final action unless appealed to the City Clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, we are now moving on to related items 25 and 26. Because my law firm represents the owner applicant, and I'm a partner at that law firm, I have a conflict of interest and I'll be abstaining. So I'll turn this over to the Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 25, tabled renotification GPA 58199, general plan amendment, public hearing, applicant owner DFA LLC, for possible action on a request for a general plan amendment from MXU, mixed use, and C commercial to light industry and research on 28.55 acres on the northeast corner of Bonanza Road and Clarkway Drive. Ward 5, staff recommends denial. And on related item number 26, tabled renotification ZON 58200 for possible action on a request for rezoning from RE Residential Estates and C2 General Commercial to M Industrial Ward 5 Barlow. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Vice Chair, these applications were tabled at the June 9th, 2015 Planning Commission meeting and are now being brought back before the Planning Commission. The proposed amendment would create the potential for uses that are too intense when compared to the parcels located to the north, west, and east of the site. Furthermore, staff denotes that the proposed amendment is not in line with the goals of the West Las Vegas Neighborhood Plan to create a mixed-use buffer between industrial properties and the residential properties to the north of Bonanza Way, and therefore is recommending denial of both applications. Please note additional letters of protest and support have been received after the publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the applicant present? And if we can get your name and address for the record.
My name is Don Ahern.
Thank you.
D-O-N-A-H-E-R-N. I'm at 8621 Scarsdale, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89117.
And one thing before we go on, just a disclosure that I've worked with Ahern, not worked with them, but I've purchased parts for my equipment and rented equipment from them in the past. I don't have any equipment out from Ahern at this point, and but
Fine, Vice Chairman, to vote on this item.
thank you, Mr. Ahern. If you could go ahead and carry on with your presentation, please.
Sure. For a little bit of history, we've been accumulating property in there since I was about 12 years old. That's 50. I'm 62, so that's 50 years that we've been accumulating property and operating in that area. And we are liking to build a office complex with approximately a little under 100,000 square feet to put our kind of our world headquarters of our operation in place there. The remaining part of this building would be a two-floored building that would be used for assembly of the manufacturing of equipment that we manufacture, and it would just only be the assembly part of it. So it's kind of the clean part. It's done on epoxy floored, and it's very nice and clean. There would be no real manufacturing done there. We have a 23-acre site in Henderson, Nevada, where we would be and are doing this manufacturing now in terms of its welding and painting. Those processes would continue to go on in Henderson, and this would just simply be a very nice, very clean, very handsome building that would employ in excess of 1,500 employees, of which many of them are very, very upscale jobs. And if I could kind of tell you about the jobs that would go on there. We currently have this types of facilities in a much smaller scale in England and in New Zealand, in China, and Selma, California. And a lot of those jobs would be brought to this location. Some of the welding and the painting jobs would further develop down in Henderson. So I want to make it very clear that there wouldn't be any industrial odor. There wouldn't be anything. This would be much like it's called an assembly plant, where the types of products that we put out are known as a scissor lift, a boom lift, and a forklift. And a lot of people are familiar with those items, but they would be coming to this facility already pre-painted and every part and piece would be brought in from all over the world. A lot of these parts and pieces, just to make note, actually come from other countries, like China and India and Europe and others. But all these little parts and pieces come together and run down an assembly line on a nice epoxy floor. It's air conditioned and heated, very nice jobs. So we have a huge array of types of jobs. Some of these jobs in the front of the building that would face Bonanza would be incredibly beautiful building. And we have CPAs. Now, these are current jobs that we already have here in Las Vegas. We employ a handful of CPAs, lots of financial people, a lot of accounting people. For example, right now you may be familiar with Ashley Furniture, and there's kind of a building back in behind there that we lease. And we have about 230 people working in that facility that are all accounting-based type jobs. All of those would be moved around the corner into this building, into our own facility. And so all of the accounting for this whole organization would be held right there. So there's, we have jobs. The highest paid job is very, very expensive, CPA type person. They get paid, in many cases, several $100,000 a year. This is a type of job. And then we have jobs all the way down through very highly educated engineering people. There would be, currently we have about 30 engineers in town, which would be working in this building. They have degrees in engineering. They have master's business degrees as well. And then what I think is probably more important to this community is that as you get further into the project, that these jobs that could be made available, and by the way, there's an academy that exists right now on this property that would actually flourish and grow. We train people, but there's a lot of jobs that when you're assembling pieces of equipment, you know, it doesn't take an education to do that. And the nice thing is that we can employ probably well over 1,000 people that are kind of a low-skilled type jobs that can provide for their families, that are kind of between $15 and $25 an hour type jobs. Pardon? That's wonderful. Yeah. And we've provided for food court in there and a place for our employees to provide HR and services. We plan to have a doctor in there. We plan to have legal assistance to our employees and a whole area that's kind of focused adjacent to the academy. And I'm not just talking about a dream. You can come right there now in Las Vegas, and I can show you all of this that's going on to the tune of about 400 or 500 people currently that are doing these things. Our current assembly building is on the corner of Martin Luther King and Bonanza on the southeast corner. For those of you who've been around as long as I have, like Cedric and such, you probably remember it as the Sears building. And you can come right there and see what we do. We held a neighborhood meeting not too long ago, a month or so ago, that was noticed by the city. And we had a small number of people show up. We were prepared. We had a beautiful catered dinner for everybody. and only a dozen or so, 15 showed up. But we're very open and would like to share more with our neighbors around us as to what our plans are. This building in total with both floors, and there's the office portion is actually 3 floors with about a 55-foot height and overall height, reaching from up close to Bonanza back to within about 65 feet or so from Washington. So I could go on, but maybe that's enough for the moment. I don't know.
I think that's good for now. Let's open this up for a public hearing. Any person wanting to be heard, please come forward, state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Brenda J. Williams, and I reside at 1310 Ralston Street in Bonanza Village, which is across the street from the proposed, application. I've lived in Bonanza Village for over 30 years. I'm a lifelong resident of the historic West Las Vegas community, and I'm a former Ward 5 interim city councilwoman. I urge you, commissioners, to follow staff's recommendations and deny item 25, the applicant's request for amendment of general plan, and item 26, the applicant's request for rezoning. In addition to the analysis and factual conclusions which serve as a basis for the staff recommendation to deny items 25 and 26, by reference, I want to include 3 additional points in support of denial. One would be a litigation risk. While the Nevada Supreme Court has recently ruled that a city's decision to amend its master plan in a coordinated effort to support both its residents' needs and the needs of a construction project that will benefit its residents does not constitute a regulatory taking. In this case, as a direct result of that fact, the city's own staff has evaluated items 25 and 26 and recommend denial, that there is no tangible benefit to be derived by the residents, as the majority of any jobs would simply be relocated from other parts of Las Vegas. The industrial site would create both an attractive nuisance for kids, for the neighborhood kids, and a magnet for petty crime. A decision to approve, in this case, would be seen as arbitrary and capricious, thus opening the city up to claims that the approval constitutes a compensable regulatory taking for which each landowner could seek legal redress or compensation. There's a negative social economic concern that there's an impact, and I'm not going to go into the study, but my research shows that a study was conducted by the RAND Corporation, which is a nonprofit corporation, and the topic of the study was land use zoning shown to affect crime rates. And bottom line, it's about what it comes down to is that the negative social economic impacts on the fiber of the historic West Las Vegas would be what exactly this study points out. There would be an irreparable...
Williams, if you don't, I apologize for interrupting.
Yes.
And I'm going to let you continue. By a show of hands, could I see how many people were wanting to speak on this item? Okay, so considering that we're trying to get through this meeting, there's quite a few people. Typically what we do in situations such as this is limit like comments to 2 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and give you another minute since you've been going for 2 minutes so far to wrap up the comments. And then what I would ask everybody is if you wouldn't repeat any comments that anybody has already stated before you. But Ms. Williams, I apologize about interrupting you.
Pardon me, Mr.
Schlotman.
I understand what you're saying, but there's some very good points that I need to make, and I would like to be on record. Mr. Ahern was allowed an opportunity to do so, and I would
Yes, ma'am.
appreciate it if you would
Yes,
allow
ma'am.
me
We
likewise.
usually give the applicant a little bit longer to explain the project, but when we have 15 or 20 people that want to speak, we don't want these meetings going until
I
midnight or
see.
2 in the
Well,
morning. I apologize.
I'm not going to argue the point. And so what I'll do is just, because there are other things that are in here that, if not considered, will critically impact our area. And I thought that's what you wanted to hear, is what
Absolutely.
we have to say.
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. I'm going to move forward.
Thank you.
As far back as April 2008, the headline in the Las Vegas RJ said, "Struggling district first needs residents." And the Review Journal was quoting a member of the American Planning Association who participated in a workshop about the needs of the historic West Las Vegas community. And I was a community stakeholder chairperson for that meeting. The gentleman says, you don't have enough households to support right now, so you need to support business. So your first step is to build your households, to which Councilman Ricky Barlow is quoted as saying, exactly. That's what I've been saying from day one. So in conclusion, and I hear the timer going up, unfortunately, the historic West Las Vegas community still needs more residences and more housing developments. If items 25 and 26 are approved, it will become significantly more difficult to attract more residents into the area. The Planning Commission will be taking the unprecedented step of creating an industrial area within established schools, community centers, recovering neighbors, and the like. You can get the picture. And in closing again, Mr. Ahern talked about the 100,000 square foot building. He failed to tell you that even though it's a 65-foot setback from the Washington entrance, which our property is right across the street, he's talking about a 5-story building. Now, if you can imagine putting that in the middle of a residential neighborhood, it's unconscionable, it's not heard of, it is not done in the 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. And, I did give you a little bit more time to talk, so I apologize for...
I would like to submit a copy. I've made notes on this, but I would like to see it
Please do.
submitted at a later date, probably tomorrow, for the record.
Or would you like to go ahead and submit this evening?
No, because I need to just...
Okay, no problem. And just to let everybody know, there's a few mics up here, so if you want to be heard, please go ahead and come up.
Let me just say for the record, but if you want those comments, ma'am, submitted on the record, either they need to be submitted tonight or at the city council meeting, because the clerk will not be able to accept them tomorrow unless it's going to be for the next council item.
Sir.
My name is Carl Armstrong. I reside at 1931 Fair Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada, and I'm a resident of Bonanza Village. I've been a resident of Bonanza Village, where Ms. Williams also lives, since 1999. I guess the main problem that I have with this request is that we're doing something that has never been done in any other residential area in Las Vegas. We're dropping an industrial use right in the middle, because that's what he's asking for. He's asking for an M industrial use change in terms of the zoning of all that property. That zoning will go with the land, whether Mr. Ahern uses it or someone else uses it in terms of the future. Let's talk about some of the uses in terms of a industrial use, in terms of what you can do on an industrial property in the city of Las Vegas. We can have an asphalt or concrete batch plant. We can deal with hazardous materials if we wish, because these are permitted uses in terms of what we're talking about, pursuant to Chapter 19.04 of the zoning code. You can have a light assembly and fabrication plant. You can do heavy manufacturing if you want to. You can do light manufacturing. You have to get a special use permit for mining, sand, and gravel excavation. Hopefully we won't go there. You can have a printing and publishing plant if you want to have that. You can have a cold storage plant if you want to have that. And we're talking about all these uses don't seem to be compatible with residents all around this 28.45 acres that Mr. Ahern wants to develop. I don't understand why Mr. Ahern can't do what he says he wants to do in the zoning that he presently has for the location, because what we're talking about is putting up an office building. Most office buildings have commercial zoning in terms of what we're talking about. I do not understand why you need a full industrial zoning to do 2 floors of manufacturing. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Hi, my name is Barbara Hubbard. I reside at 1209 Virginia City Avenue. I'll try and be brief. My father built that home in 1949 with the intention of raising his family in a nice rural area, as they are large lots, and there was no building around us. As a child, later on when I came up, every other yard had a horse, and we would ride our horses out into the desert. The point is, this is a residential area. My parents wanted to raise their family in a nice residential area. I raised my children there in that residential area. And I don't want to leave my neighborhood, the only entrance and exit that we have, because we're walled in, with a view of a huge building. To me, this is my little piece of country in the middle of the city, and I don't want to lose that. I just don't think it's an appropriate place for it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Gene Collins, and I reside at 1411 Virginia City Avenue. Let me say this. I represented Bonanza Village years ago when I was the state assemblyman, also as the president of the NAACP. My concerns are this, that after I moved into Bonanza Village, before they elected me the president of the association, I took it upon myself, me and some others, to go and to visit our neighbors. Mr. Ahern was one. The first one I we went to talk to, because as neighbors and as a business person and as a former state assemblyman and former president of the NAACP who represented the area, I wanted to make sure that I wanted to talk to my neighbors, and being a businessman, that I wanted to make sure that if we came to a fork in the road, we wouldn't have to be here trying to resolve what the issues are. So I wanted to talk to Mr. Ahern and the other merchants before I got here. So I reached out to him. I went to his place of business, to his office, and I told the secretary that I came to talk to Mr. Ahern so that if we had problems, we could iron them out before we got here. To no avail. Mr. Ahern never showed, nor had he never called. I called Mr. Ahern to find out had he gotten the message. I never got a return call, Mr. Chairman. So let me tell you a story, what happened to me. I think I was in the 4th or the 5th grade, and there was another student who told me that I can tell the teacher, she walked out of the room, I can tell the teacher when she comes back in that you did something to me and she will whip you. And I said, that is impossible. Well, lo and behold, he did, and I got almost the beating of my life. The beating wasn't the problem. The problem is that here's a student who had so much influence, who could go to the teacher and tell the teacher something on another student, which was me, and caused me to be punished. Now, Mr. Ahern said that he'd been buying property for over 50 years. Well, I haven't been buying property that long, but I've been in Las Vegas for over 50 years. And I bought my home there, and I bought my home there to reside there. And the problem is, it seemed to me that Mr. Ahern, because of his influence, could come down here and say that I'm going to do this and I'm going to do this, giving the impression, regardless of what we say, Mr. Chairman, giving the impression that you guys are going to, regardless of what staff says, that you are going to pass what Mr. Ahern said. In spite of the jobs that he said, he didn't say that the area was going to get the jobs. He didn't say people who living in the area was going to be employed. He said that he got engineers that are working now that are coming. Well, I live in the historical Black West Side community. And if there were any jobs to be had, don't you think they should be from the area or those individuals that live there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for being so patient and allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Collins.
Good evening. My name is Swayzine Fields. I reside at 1124 Comstock Drive, which is Bonanza Village, the neighborhood directly across from the area that Mr. Ahern wants to redevelop. I wanted to talk a little bit about the community meeting that we had. That meeting was held on a cold, rainy night in an area where there was very little parking. We have some seniors in our neighborhood who were directed to park across the street on the other side of Martin Luther King and Bonanza and had to cross at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock when the roads were really busy. They kept going. So yeah, it was only about, he says 12, I'm not sure if it was 12, it might have been more of us there, but I wanted to make sure you understood that it's not just a handful of us who are opposed to this, it's the majority of the neighborhood. That neighborhood was established back in the 1920s, so we still have a lot of older seniors who reside there that can't really get out and attend these meetings, but we did get them to sign letters and we sent them to the staff, and I wanted to thank the staff for listening to us because they did have a member at the community meeting that we had, and I think they heard a lot from us, so whether or not we all come up here and speak, we want to let you know that the majority of the community feels this way. We love our properties. It's the homes that we dreamed of. You guys might be able to live out in Green Valley or Summerlin, but we love our ranch-style homes in Bonanza Village in the middle of the city, and we don't want to see, while we want to see development in our neighborhood, we don't think this is the right development for our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments. Ma'am?
Hello. My name is Shakespeare Mason. I live at 1131 Virginia City Avenue, 89106. I also live in Bonanza Village. I'm going to make this brief. I will just continue to read a few comments from Mrs. Williams, who is my sister, and we also live in the same neighborhood. Okay? The approval of these rezoning requests would also be counted to the City Council's stated purpose and intent, which is to maintain, through orderly growth and development, the character and stability of present and future land use and development in the city. The very nature of an industrial district is intended to provide for heavy manufacturing industries in locations where there will be compatible with and not adversely impact adjacent land uses. According to the Unified Development Code, industrial districts are intended to be located away from all residential development. Thus, the actions requested are unprecedented, contrary to good public policy, and without question result in the same type of public outcry last seen when F Street was closed. The Planning Commission is called upon to make smart zoning decisions and work to draw families into the area, lower crime, and to mitigate litigation. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
My name's Patricia Jacobs. I lived at 1561 Comstock Drive. It's at the end of the street, but there is only one entrance and exit to Bonanza Village, and that is one that enters and exits on Washington. And what do we see when we leave? We look right into Mr. Ahern's property. With an industrial zoning, it pretty much would be the end of our quiet residential estates neighborhood. We have people who own horses. We have children who ride their bikes in the street. It's not a healthy atmosphere for us to have. We've worked very hard to preserve our neighborhood. I consider us the Summerlin of West Las Vegas, and we want to keep it that way. We work very hard to keep up our community. We welcome new owners. We have new owners all the time who come in. We welcome them, and we hope that they will also participate in the neighborhood association. I am violently against this zone change. It was hard enough for us to get the concessions we needed from Mr. Ahern in order for him to have his commercial zoning. He kept up his end of the bargain. We got a nice wall across the street from us with some landscaping. He's been pretty good about not putting things too high above the wall so that we don't have any eyesores to contend with. But that'll all go away if this becomes industrial.
My name is Helen Tolan. I live at 1134 Comstock Drive in Bonanza Village. We are adamantly opposed to this proposal. We don't know what could happen with industry. We don't know about fumes. We don't know about noise. We don't know about traffic. And it is not right for somebody to have the privilege of destroying what we have worked so hard to build and are content to enjoy every day. He goes home from that neighborhood. I think that there's some other places in Las Vegas that could well serve his purpose so that he doesn't have to disturb our peace and tranquility. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard, please come forward, state your name and address for the record. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and give Mr. Ahern 2 minutes.
You know, I'd just like to thank these neighbors that came down, and I respect and appreciate everything they've said. And I have the utmost expectation of maintaining their values of their property in Bonanza Village. As to the immediate residents that are right around us, you don't see any of those here because they're all in favor of it. All of this opposition is from Bonanza Village, and like the fine lady said, we did produce a beautiful landscape up and down Washington, and but what she didn't say is I actually developed the main entrance to Bonanza Village. I actually did that free gratis at one time, and we do hire people off the streets around there. I have actually, we have quite an outreach program. We've actually hired homeless people. But currently, we have a number of employees that live within thousands of feet of our business right now. And many of them are from a multiple of different cultures, and we are very, very good about hiring African Americans, whatever culture. And I think if I'd invite anybody to come along and just take a look and see what we do. We have, the police department has said we've dropped the crime rate by 62% in the area. We've taken out drug activity in the area. We have security in there that, you know, I have my own people that drive around the neighborhoods, and that area is very, very safe. If anybody should be complaining about anything, it's about those apartments that we're kind of building around. That's one of the highest.
Thank you, Mr. Ahern.
Thank you very much.
If you could just stay right there. We're going to turn this over to the Planning Commission, and we'll start with Commissioner Carrera. This is the public hearing's closed. If one of the Planning Commissioners wish to call on you, they can. But right now, I'm going to go to Commissioner Carrera.
Thank you. I'll let you speak. Come on.
May I say something?
Please, state your name.
Okay, I'm James Anderson. I live on 1301 Sharon Road. All due respect to you, Mr. Ahern, but a few things that you said, we totally don't agree with it. As far as those neighbors that's not here to...
Sir, please talk to the chair and not to Mr. Ahern.
Okay, I understand that. I'd like to talk to people and look them in the eye. But the whole idea was when he was just saying that the people that live in the neighborhood, they are not here to go against him or to oppose him. Well, one of the reasons why is simply because he's bought them out, and they are not a Bonanza Village. You see, they stick on the outside. We have our neighborhood there, which is totally different. We're walled in, which we had to fight for that also. But it's a totally different ball game altogether. We had that. Bonanza Village has a story to tell, and we just didn't happen to go off in there. It wasn't for the taking. We had to go through a whole lot of things to get there. And so we're not just here just to oppose Mr. Ahern here, but there's a story behind that to tell. I'm not here to tell that, but at the same time, there was times when people of my color, we couldn't go off in there, we couldn't be caught there after dark. You see, we're not just here just like any other neighborhood. It means more to us than that. And as far as the job situation is concerned, well, you can hire a few people, I don't know, but it don't mean that they're going to be the legitimate job. It's going to be the one that's going to be paying the $200,000, whatever the case might be. But in the interest way that you're talking about, that was part of you getting your wall. I'm sorry for looking at you. But that was part of you agreeing with us so you could get your commercial over there, you see? And so that's the reason why we agreed with that. You agreed with us to do that, and we agreed for you to do that. So, but we are against it. I don't want to say anything else, but I disagree with what he just said altogether.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Creer.
Thank you. First, let me state that I also live in Bonanza Village. My family has lived there since the 70s, and I reside there with my family. But I think I must live right outside of the notification zone because my wife and I never received a notification about what's going on at this property. Unfortunately, I couldn't make the meeting that you had on that evening. I was just landed and just getting back in town. I was going to make it back there in time. And in my 6 months of being on the Planning Commission, this is the first time I've heard about what's going to go there. I've heard a lot of stuff that has happened, that is potentially might happen, but I don't think you've ever submitted any plans for your building. I don't believe to planning, correct? Can you?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, there has been no pre-application conference for a site development review nor a submittal for a site development review. So at this time, there are nothing that the city has seen in regards to the development of that site.
Right. So in turn, it's talk. That's what it is, and for just a layman's term, because there's nothing that's been submitted. We have nothing to gauge on what's going to go there. And so we're going to make a decision based off of just giving a blanket industrial zoning to someone for 28 contiguous acres in a residential mixed-use development, I think is not right. It's very, very intense. It's too intense for what potentially could go there. It was brought up about all of the different elements that could be brought to that facility. A person you could take that, get the zoning, turn around and sell it, flip it, who knows? Someone could come in and when you decide to leave, if you decide to leave, they could do whatever they want to there. And you have been a member of our community, and I say our community because you've been there for longer than I have, and I applaud you on building your business to what it is. I think it's quite an accomplishment to build a business like yours, especially starting off in West Side Las Vegas and building it to a national, international business. So I applaud you for that. But I believe that the area in question is zoned for mixed use. It was concessioned for commercial, but it's residence, it's mixed use, and I don't see how we could approve industrial use in that residential mixed use area. I think there's probably a lot of places you can go to do that, but not right there. I don't think it's the best use of that facility. So I will support staff's recommendation for denial of this. And I kind of wish I had known more about what's going on because it sounds like a beautiful area, beautiful building that you're going to build. I don't think 5 stories is appropriate for that area as well. But I don't know anything about it, and I can't give out just out of blanket industrial use. I'm going to support staff's recommendation for denial. Thank you.
Commissioner Quentin. Commissioner Trowbridge.
Yes. Thank you, Chairman. I'm not going to turn my back on the opportunity for 1,500 jobs, even if some of them are being relocated. But if they're being brought into the heart of the city, that's got to be seen as a good thing. What I think that I'm guessing that the Planning Department staff's primary objection is there's been no presentation of a development project that has some teeth to it. we intend to do this, and we intend to do that, and we intend to do this. And to do that, we're going to have these types of zoning. And there's some question as to whether that level of zoning would actually be required to do the kinds of things that you've mentioned to us this evening. And so while I support getting 1,500 jobs here, I think we might be a little premature on making the request. At this point, to coin a phrase, we're buying a pig in a poke. And the comfort level's not there. You know, I sure do want to get that 1,500 jobs in town, though. So let us know what we can do to help you with that. It's a timing thing, probably.
We did have at the meeting, I think, staff was there, and there was easels set up with all kinds of plans. We've actually spent, probably over $1 million in architectural fees and all that. So I actually felt a little bad at that meeting that we had, that neighborhood meeting, in that we kind of left it up to the city to notify people. And I think that's the normal process. And not understanding that process, it seems like the law, as it relates to notification, seems to be kind of small. And I recommend or suggest that
through you, Mr. Chairman,
another meeting, where a larger group is notified, so they can come over and talk to us. And I can understand you today turning it down. I understand that. But I would like to I'd like to have the opportunity.
Mr. Chair,
to notification.
yes, point of order. I apologize, Ms. Ahern, but we should let the commissioners speak. Yes. Then we should be able to go back to Mr. Ahern if he has some response.
Yes,
I'm not sure if... Is that the proper point of order, Mr. Chair?
Yes, I'm not sure if Commissioner Trowbridge was finished.
I was finished.
Okay.
But my point I didn't get to was that you have an excellent record of working with the community, and somehow it just didn't work out this time. So I think the project is worth another attempt, because you've got so many attractive elements of the project that I think you could prevail.
Thank you. Commissioner Quinn?
I just am really shocked, Mr. Ahern, that a project of this size and magnitude, that anything for us to see wasn't presented. You said you had the charts and the boards at the meeting where the people came in the rain.
Right.
Well, that should have been with me about a week ago when I get my agenda, because I don't even know what you're building. We have nothing to go on. And besides the fact that I support these neighbors, I know that you know exactly how this process works. And I'm a little bit shocked that you didn't follow the process as such, so I will not support you tonight myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Quinn. Commissioner Cherry?
Through you, Vice Chair. I feel that you're trying to bring forward a great project. I do feel it is. If this project had plans come forward and I saw a proper buffer on the north side of it and maybe a heavier use on the Bonanza on the south side of it, I could probably entertain something like that. But just to go and make this change without plans and not seeing a proper buffer, I can't support the application as it is. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll finish up with a few final comments. And I appreciate Ms. Williams and Mr. Armstrong and Mr. Collins and everybody coming out tonight and speaking, and Mr. Ahern coming out. I did talk to some representative from Ahern who said that they were looking at possibly including a few other parcels in this because it is a odd shape project. One of the things is this is basically a zoning matter. This isn't a SDR matter at this point. And there is a big difference. I'd like to start off first by talking to staff and asking the question, could Ahern do what they're planning on doing with a commercial use? Mr. Ahern, if you could put that on vibrate, I'd appreciate it. And Could Ahern basically operate and do what they were wanting to do on a commercial versus, light industrial use?
Mr. Chairman, that all depends. There is a category, a use in the code for light assembly that is allowable in commercial, but in a C1, for example, it is very restricted to 7 employees or less. In C2 or industrial, you can do additional things, but again, it takes closer to an industrial type zoning. So without knowing exactly the specifics of the details, since we haven't had a plan, just listening to Mr. Ahern present the concept, it's hard to answer that question. But, to go down to a commercial type zoning, you would need to use the light assembly use, I believe, and that starts to get a little bit more restrictive, and I'm not sure, based on what he's talking about, that many employees and stuff, that would actually fit.
Sure. And last couple of comments. There may or may not be a way to buffer this without seeing the plans. It's really hard to say. And I think that you could buffer along Washington and down Clarkway Drive and around the rest of the properties. I mean, if you look at it currently, as you're coming down Bonanza, as I take Bonanza all the way down to the DSC building off of Rancho, I see Pacific Supply and then Extreme, and then I see other industrial and other commercial, and so it's mixed in. There's light industrial across the street, and then there's commercial just to the east of you, mixed in with a little bit of mixed use. You might be able to pull something off with the right amount of conditions, that you're not putting out fumes, that you're not doing welding, you're not doing some of the things that the neighbors want to see. And so I think that there's a way to work something out and to properly buffer this, but it would be good to see the whole project come through so we can give, all the neighbors a little bit of confidence of what they're going to be able to see.
I speak?
Yes, please.
I think we should have a big meeting and get it. We've been working lockstep with the Economic Development Department. I really thought the city was, I'm kind of taken back that you don't have, we've submitted everything on the application to be here tonight. I thought we were in accordance with that, but I just suggest you obey it a little bit and maybe to another meeting, and let us meet with the neighbors, let us meet with you. Let's get the economic development people in here, and I think there's just a lack of communication going on here. So
Mr. Ahern, I think there's two ways that this could go. One way that it gets obeyed or tabled until you can kind of pull your plans together and give these individuals better renderings of what's going on, figuring out what kind of buffering that you're planning on doing around the perimeter of the property, and see if it makes sense. Or number two, we vote on it, let it go to city council, and then see what happens there.
Yeah.
So,
well, if you'd like us to come back to you again, I'm happy to do that.
what's that?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Creer,
Thank
Commissioner Creer.
There has been, so this item has been tabled. When I first came on the board, it was tabled. There's a gentleman that came down. He didn't know what was going on, and it was tabled before. Now it's brought back. We're going to debate it. And although formally, I'm not sure if this conversation has happened before I came on the board, informally, there's been discussion about what's going to take place on those acres, really the moment you started acquiring the different parcels. And once Clarkway was stricken off and closed off and all these different things. So this conversation's been going on for a long time. And I think at some point it's got to come to a head. So I think for this body, I think we should vote on what's been presented in front of us. And I'd like to make a motion for accept staff's recommendations for denial for agenda item 25, GPA 58199.
Motion's been made. Please cast your vote. Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Moving to agenda item number 5, make a motion to accept staff's recommendation for denial for agenda item 25, GPA 58199. Excuse me, 26, I apologize. I will make a motion to accept staff's recommendation for denial, agenda item number 26, ZON 58200.
Motion's been made. Yes, yes votes for denial. Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Items 25 and 26 will be heard at the City Council meeting on February 17th, 2016.
Items 27 and 28 are related. Item 27 is GPA 62126. The applicant is Alan Rothstein. The owner is Mexican Gold and Oil Exploration Trust, and Drake Rothstein, for possible action on a request for a general plan amendment from DR, Desert Rural Density Residential, to L, Low Density Residential, on the northwest corner of Pioneer Way and Hickam Avenue in Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. Item 28 is ZON 62127 for possible action on a request for a rezoning from U, undeveloped, DR, Desert Rural Density Residential, to R1, Single Family Residential in Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. Can we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, staff recommends approval as the requested change to L, low-density residential land use designation in R1, single-family residential zoning district, conforms with the surrounding residential properties to the east and south. Please note additional letters of protest have been received after the publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we please hear from the applicant or owner?
Good evening. I'm Drake Rothstein, 8625 Scarsdale Drive. The plan is to rezone the property. If you can see from the surrounding area, what we propose is consistent with the surrounding development of the houses directly adjacent.
Okay. Anything else?
No, thank you.
Sir?
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Alan Rothstein. I'm Drake's dad.
Your address, please?
My address is 8616 Canyon View Drive, Las Vegas 89117.
Great. Do you have anything to add to what your son has said?
No, we're just asking for the same zoning that abuts this property.
Okay, very good. I'm going to open this for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard on either of these items? Gentlemen, if you'd step back and make the mics available for the members of the public.
How you doing?
Hello.
My name's Jeff Reese. I live at 7465 West Helena, which luckily they took that 600-foot across the back of that property that they want to change is all my property and my brother's property. If you look at that.
Could you pull that mic just a little bit toward you and make sure you speak into the mic, please?
Okay, this property is a separate piece of property that's got streets all the way around it. So it's subject right now to 4 houses on 2.5 acres, just like the rest of it, all around it. So for them to want to change it like the existing, then why don't they say the existing over here to the west, or existing like mine, or existing like half the places around it. Everywhere else is broke by a street when they put the high-density houses in. So they're trying to, plus they don't even have a plan of how many houses they want to put there. So I could have, I don't know, how many houses can go on 5 acres? That 600 feet is all my property. People are going to move in and complain, of course. So let's keep it like it's supposed to be. 4 houses on 2.5 acres. There's 8 houses there. And that's, I don't know why they want to change it to surrounding, and it's not surrounding if you break it by the street. So if the only reason they must be wanting to do this is for their advantage. Because surely if they were standing here like I am and that was their property, they would feel the same way. Why do you want to change it and put 25 or 20 houses right behind me, 15 feet off my fence line? I've got chickens, I've got horses, I've got pigs. We're opening for a big, massive complaint. So leave it like it is. 2.5. D.R. Horton decided on the west over there, across the street. They did it just recently. 4 houses on 2.5 acres. They must know how to do something, right? So we don't need this passed. Thanks.
Thank you. We have several mics if you'd like to line up behind at least 2 of them.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Derek Johnson. I live at 7478 Lawrence Powers Court. I'm here with my wife and several neighbors in protest of this. I've prepared an exhibit for the camera. I've also prepared copies. I'd like to submit one for the record right now, just in case time runs short.
Thank you. And I have not put you on a timer yet, but I would ask each of you to limit your remarks to 2 to 3 minutes and try not to repeat what someone else has said.
I sent in a protest card, but it didn't make the deadline of like a week ago, which we were unaware of. But number one, we're protesting. We're opposed to this development. The proposed density is not compatible. The proposed 6,500 square foot lots, 5.47 units per acre, 2-story homes, 15-foot rear yards. They directly abut 1.34, 0.75, and 0.47 acre lots, and you know, some with farm animals as expressed. This density relationship does not occur anywhere else within the neighborhood, the notification area. All other relationships between similar lots and larger lots are separate either by 60-foot street right-of-way or 60-foot finished street, plus a 35-foot landscape trail easement that leads to Wayne Dunker Park and the Lone Mountain Trail. There's a similar precedent in the neighborhood that is somewhat of a compromise from the past speaker and quite compatible, and that is the RPD2 neighborhood in the subsection directly to the north of this. And that's where I live, and that's where a couple of the people here tonight live. It was built by D.R. Horton, and in that neighborhood there are 0.30 acre lots and single-story, nice homes. It does create an appropriate transition in density from the R1 lots to the east and the south, and the large half-acre lots to the west, and also to the south. That is a compatible relationship. It's one that has been used many times in the past to separate basically quarter-acre lots or smaller from large half-acre lots. Typically, RD zoning is used for that purpose. I've got some issues relative to the staff report. A mandatory neighborhood meeting was held on December 15th, 2015. Only 2 members of the public from the neighborhood to the south of subject property were attending that meeting. Their only concern was the 35-foot allowable building height. Notices of that meeting were not received by folks in our neighborhood, by folks in the county lots to the south of our neighborhood. I called planning department this morning. They say the notices were sent out. I guarantee you the notices were not received. If they were, you can see how serious we are about this. We would have been there. We would have been there protesting the density, the lack of buffering, and the building heights. For GPA 62126, staff's findings state that the proposed general plan amendment is compatible with the existing. To make it short, we strongly oppose that and say it is not compatible for the reasons I've stated. For that same item, staff's finding state zoning designations allowed will be compatible with the existing land uses. We strongly disagree and say they are incompatible. One of the most important issues that...
Sir, I've let you go. You've taken it about 4 minutes now, so...
Please, can I make a couple more points?
I'm going to ask you to pass on any further comments. I can tell you're just reading off the card. If you'd like someone else to take your time, that would be fine.
There's a very important...
Go ahead and make your point then, and let's move on.
Okay. The staff findings state that, and I've got to quote this because it comes directly from the Las Vegas 2020 master plan. And what it says is that Objective 3.2 of the Las Vegas 2020 master plan requires that rural neighborhoods be adequately buffered from higher density development. We agree that rezoning the property from you is appropriate, but we strongly disagree that there's any buffering at all. In fact, there is no buffering at all. The R1 lots are proposed directly abutting with no buffering at all against the large lots in excess of a half acre, in excess of an acre. We have R1 further to the south and similar sized lots in the Summercrest neighborhood. You can't buffer R1 with more R1. That's not buffering. There's no buffering. These items tend to fly in the face and violate the Las Vegas 2020 master plan. Again, the remainder of my comments are in writing and submitted for the record, but I think that's a very important one. And
Thank you.
I can stop at this point.
And you did submit those to the staff?
I did.
Those. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I'm going to use his map because this is pretty good.
Yeah. Dave Zirko, I live at 7415 West Craig Road. It's on the corner of Craig and Pioneer. This, tell me you are.
I was looking for it. I can't see it. Yeah, I don't know if this really shows, but sorry, Diane Zirko, same address. We were the originals. We bought with Jeff, bought our property 25 years ago. We've been fighting this whole issue since we moved there. So we fought for these beautiful homes, which, what a wonderful neighbor who just spoke, so fantastic. Dave and I fought and fought to get those homes built around us so that it wasn't a high density or low density. Now we have these gorgeous, beautiful, semi-custom single homes around us. That's what Jeff looks at. Our neighborhood, our house originally was on 41 acres. When we bought it, it was on 6 acres, and we purchased the 1 acre in the house. That area we bought to be out in the outskirts. We have farm animals, we have horses, we have this, we have that. Our fight was great all the way up until here. And then people weren't listening to us anymore. And when it got to here, we had no voices whatsoever. We've been crushed. And I'm asking you to please, please stop continuing with this massive amounts of homes. For the first time in my life, 2 years ago, I heard a gunshot while I was sleeping. The amount of crime has risen beyond anything I could ever imagine in my lifetime. And it's just, let us have our quiet rural area, please. That's why we moved there.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Randall Reese. I live at 4270 North Tioga Way, adjacent to the property. I was pretty much raised on this whole property. I own the other property with my brother as well. Been there since 70. It's been quite the way of life. We've had horses, we have chickens, pigs. I don't agree. There is absolutely no buffering. There would definitely be no buffering to me. I don't think that it's fair. All the other buffers are split with a street, plenty of room. That's not right. I'm for half-acre parcels. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Ann Casey. I live at 7460 Helen Avenue. I live across the street from Jeff and the others. I live now surrounded by the new property that they just spoke of. I can tell you that I'm not horribly happy with that, but I got to tell you it's better than it could be. But one of the problems that I have, and it's too late for me, but one of the problems that I have is that they build 4 feet up, they build the property up, and then they put in an 8-foot wall, and then they put in a 45-foot house. And I literally, I have lived there for 35 years. I chose to go out and live in the country, and I still would like to live in the country, but I can't walk out of my house. I have to walk out of my house to see the sky. I now live in a prison, and I moved to a rural neighborhood, and this is the same thing that's going to happen to Jeff and these other folks over here. But I think that this is similar to the denial of the Ahern request just now. One is, there wasn't a meeting. Yeah, 2 people showed up, but we checked with everybody, and nobody got this notice of the neighborhood meeting. So I don't know what happened with the mailings, but nobody got them. So at the very least, there needs to be a neighborhood meeting before any of this happens. And the second thing is that you're asking for, the other similarity here is that they're asking for a change. We don't know what they're asking for. They're asking for a blind zoning change. We don't know what they're asking for. They've brought no plans. This is the second time they've come and attempted to do this. We've fought them before. There's not a lot difference between this and what was denied before. This is something that you need to deny if we don't know what we're talking about. Otherwise, it's a pig in the poke. It's the carte blanche of you're just changing zoning and we have no say going on forward, and we don't know what's going to be there. You've got 15-foot setbacks to acre and 2-acre lots. That's just wrong. There is no buffer. The plan requires a buffer. This needs to be denied. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Mary Schweider, and I live at 7512 Turtle Dove Court. And I agree with everything that everybody has been saying. That land should be developed, but it should be for homes, not the last time that they came in front of the board and wanted to build 17 houses on that property, which is ridiculous. It was approved for 10 at the time. I don't know if it's changed or anything, but houses would be good on that land because right now it's just a pile of dirt. And we would like to see houses built like the ones that were built on Tioga from D.R. Horton. Those are nice houses, and there's just enough for the land that was provided for them. We'd like the same for this property, too. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, gentlemen, I'll give one of you 2 or 3 minutes for a rebuttal.
Thank you, sir. There was a public meeting. I can't say why they didn't receive the notification, but we were there. There was only one person, and they were for the change. I mean, clearly they're directly adjacent to the property. What we're asking for is R1, which is, I think, 5 per acre, as opposed to what is now 2 per the acre. That's basically it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, sure, come on up.
I don't think this map lies. If you look, this way is heading north, this way is heading south. So just south of us, these here houses are exactly the same thing that we want to zone them, R1. The houses on this side right over here, most of these are, some of these are R1, but these other ones here are even smaller. They're 8 to the acre. And we're not asking for 8 to the acre. We're asking for something that a builder will build on. They're also complaining that they don't know what they're going to get. But this is going to go back before the Planning Commission when whoever happens to buy this and wants to build it. Then they'll be able to say what they want to build, and you can make a decision as that's a good idea or not. So that isn't even drawn into it tonight as to what kind of houses we're going to build, because we don't know. And the other thing, I called just about every planner, every builder in town, and everybody says they can't, for 4.3 acres, take and build any houses there and make money at the original zoning. It's got to be at least R1. So otherwise, that property is just going to sit there and blow dust all over their houses. probably forever, because people aren't going to be putting big, expensive houses back in this area here. And I don't think that most people can afford it anyhow anymore. Nobody wants a great big house and a lot of land and take care of all that land. It's a burden. So, and they've been there for a long time, and things change. Everything changes in life. The world has changed. Look what happened with the internet. And so we have to march on, I believe. And I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Going to close the public comment. Open, sorry, sir, there's no more rebuttal. Just for the applicant. No, that's the way things go here. That's the order of things. Thank you, sir. Public comment is closed. This is open for discussion now among the Planning Commission. Can we first hear from staff about the notification?
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chairman. Notifications for the neighborhood meeting went from our graphics department to the post office on November 25th at 4:10 p.m. Included in that list was 508 notifications as well as 23 HOAs. Included in there were the members that spoke at the dais. The two members that showed up at the neighborhood meeting were from the signature sign-in sheet. Seems that they're from Turtle Dove Court as well as Alice Spring Circle.
Okay, thank you. Anything else from the director?
One additional comment maybe on the mailings. We do notice 1,000 feet from the project, which exceeds statutory requirements. We notice to the owner of record in the assessor's database, sometimes it goes to a trust, as that's sometimes the owner of record, and not sometimes that doesn't get forwarded to the property itself in time. But that's again a requirement, and that's sometimes that happens.
Okay. I wish that Commissioner Flangus was here tonight because I'd like to hear his input on this. I want to make it clear for the record that I am very familiar with this area. I do not live within the notification area, but I do live within NARA, and I feel like I understand this community, the types of properties, and I happen to disagree with staff on this one. I understand that some of these adjacent properties have a higher density, but this particular lot, which is surrounded by Helena on the north, Pioneer on the east, Hickam on the south, and Tioga on the west, is a very different piece of property than what's surrounding it. That is clearly desert rural density in those areas, and in my opinion, that's exactly what it should stay. So I'm not going to be able to support these applications.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. I would have to agree with you, but I just, it's hard for me, like with the Ahern project, like with your project, sir, when you don't have anything to show us. You know, when other builders come in, they have the exact layout of the homes, they have exactly what they're going to build. They just don't go like, oh, well, we're going to build this and shut it. You know, these people have lived and worked very hard in their lives to stay where they are, and then they've fought for this for a long time, that we just can't slam the door and vote with you because we don't even know what you're really building. You know, you have nothing to show us, so therefore you will not see my support either. Thank you.
But before a vote is made, there was a comment from the audience when I did not allow one of the homeowners to speak again. And at the beginning of the meeting, I called your attention to the meeting rules of conduct, and I asked you to read those and that we expected everyone to abide by those rules. I want to bring your attention to item 6, which says, after all objectors' input has been received, the applicant will be invited to respond to any new issues raised. So that is exactly in line with the rules as stated at the beginning of this meeting and in conformity with the rules that we always operate under. And so that was not out of order by any means. Having said that, I'd welcome a motion on items 27 and 28.
I'll make the motion. Regarding item 27, GPA 62126, I make the motion for denial.
Thank you. The motion is to deny item 27. I remind you that a yes vote is for denial. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Item 27 is denied.
Thank you. Moving on to zoning 62127, I also make the motion for denial of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. On related item 28, the motion is for denial. Please vote. Please post. Motion also carries. Item 28 is denied.
Mr. Chairman, items 27 and 28 will be heard at the City Council meeting on February 17th, 2016.
Okay, thank you. We are now to, this is a good time for a break. We've been going for 2 hours, so we will take about a 10-minute recess.
St. Louis Rams are going to the Los Angeles.
Okay, this meeting is called back to order. We're going to begin with related items 29 through 34. Item 29 is GPA 62212. The applicant is CarMax Auto Superstore West Coast LLC. The owner is GRB SGG LLC and Sunstone Rancho LLC. For possible action on a request for a general plan amendment from MLA, medium-low attached density residential, and SC, service commercial, to GC, general commercial, on the east side of Rancho Drive, 880 feet north of Lone Mountain Road in Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. Item 30 is ZON 62213 for possible action on a request for a rezoning from C1, limited commercial, to C2, general commercial, in Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. Item 31 is VAR 62590 for possible action on a request for a variance to allow no improvements to an existing private street and to allow no cul-de-sac where such is required for a proposed commercial development in Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. Item 32 is SUP 62214 for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 52,563 square foot motor vehicle sales use in Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. Item 33 is SUP 62215 for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed auction house use with a waiver to allow outdoor displays, sales, or storage of merchandise in Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. And item 34 is SDR 62217 for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 52,563 square foot motor vehicle sales use with a waiver to not orient the building to the corner where such is required in Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. May we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed CarMax facility was to facilitate used car sales and an accessory auction house. The site design complies with all development standards with the exception of the building not being oriented to the corner, as well as a request to not install interior parking lot plant material within the vehicle storage lot located on the southern portion of the site. The applicant has also requested to leave the private street known as Serene Drive in its current state and provide no cul-de-sac in the northern portion of the roadway. Meanwhile, the applicant is proposing to provide an 8 to 10-foot landscape buffer adjacent to the roadway and a 6-foot screen wall in back of the landscaping. In light of these design considerations and the compatibility of the use with the surrounding developed area, staff recommends approval of all applications. Please note that additional letters of protest and support have been received after the publication. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Stephanie Allen and Chris Kemper here on behalf of the applicant, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. With us tonight is Mr. Jason Pruitt with CarMax and also Jake Hertz with Centerpoint, which is their land use entitlement consultant that does all their land use work across the country. First, Chris and I are just going to give you an overview of this project, and then I'm going to turn it over to Jake and Jason and let them tell you a little bit about CarMax and a little bit about their planned operation on this particular site. If I could direct your attention to the overhead. This property here outlined in yellow is located at the corner of Rancho and Lone Mountain Drive. The property is planned for a CarMax, just like if you're familiar with CarMax, there's one on Sahara. It's a used car dealership that is an extremely good operator and will be a very good addition to this site. The good news is there's a rundown commercial center here with an adult bookstore, a minor automotive repair shop that will be going away as part of this overall project. So we've had 2 neighborhood meetings with the neighbors in the area. They're very happy about the news that the adult bookstore will be going away, and generally I think after they learned about the operations of CarMax, they're generally in support of the project. As of this last week, we spoke with Mr. Moran, who represents the property owners to the north of the site, and we've worked out what I believe is all of the issues except for maybe one issue this evening that I'm sure he'll bring to your attention, and I'll read into the record a couple of conditions that we'd like to add to the application should this commission be inclined to approve the application. We also spoke with 2 of the neighbors just to the east of the property this evening, and we've assured them, they expressed some concerns with the improvements along Serene Drive. We've assured them that we'll meet with them between now and City Council and see what we can do to address their concerns. We just learned of them this evening, but I think that is acceptable to them, and as part of the record tonight, we assure you that we'll do that between now and City Council. So with that said, I'd like to first read into the record the two conditions that we've agreed to with Mr. Moran. The first is that we would provide a 20-foot wide landscape buffer along this northern property line with trees 15 feet on center. A proper tree species shall be specified to accommodate the tree spacing requirement and eliminate any further landscaping material conflicts. And the second condition is that the fuel dispenser will be located no closer than 80 feet from the northern property line. Those two conditions addressed some of the concerns of the northern property owner, and we're happy to agree to those, and we've provided them to staff already. With that said, we appreciate staff's recommendation of approval, and I'll turn it over to Jake and Jason to tell you a little bit about CarMax and their overall operation on the site.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jason Pruitt. I'm a real estate manager with CarMax. Thank you for having us here this evening. Just want to take a minute to briefly introduce CarMax to you, since this will be the first CarMax store in the city of Las Vegas. CarMax is the nation's largest used vehicle retailer. We started with our first store in Richmond, Virginia back in 1993. We currently have over 150 stores nationwide. We currently have 2 other stores in the Las Vegas area, but this will be the first store, hopefully, in the city of Las Vegas. CarMax is a Fortune 300 company, and we're also on Fortune's 100 Best Companies to Work For list. We have that distinction as a result of the great salary, benefits, and work environment that we offer our employees. At this particular location, we'll be bringing roughly 110 to 130 jobs to the local community, and also be making a very significant investment in the site and the local community. So before we start talking about the site plan, are there any questions at all about CarMax as a company? All right, I'll turn it over to Jake.
Thank you. My name is Jake Hertz. I'm with CenterPoint Integrated Solutions. Address is 1240 Bergen Parkway, Suite A250, Evergreen, Colorado 80439. I just wanted to spend a few moments, if I could, on the overhead, talking about the overall site layout. First, I just want to point out that our main and only customer and employee access is going to be off of North Rancho Drive. Today, that is a median separated roadway. We are working with NDOT to actually put in a designated left turn lane that will provide 3/4 access to the property. So there will be left turns in off of southbound Rancho Drive, and then right in and right out off of northbound Rancho Drive. Customer employee parking lot is located here at the front of the site. We're providing 311 spaces there, and that parking lot will be landscaped appropriately according to code. We have 3 main building components here. We have the sales building at the front of the site, a large service building, and then what we call an FQC building, or final quality control, and a car wash here on the northern portion of the site. Back of house, we have a vehicle staging area where we store and stage vehicles that are being prepped for resale. All of the service work happens inside that fully enclosed and fully conditioned building. Around the back of the staging area, as Stephanie noted, we have provided a 20-foot landscape buffer. I believe the minimum requirement there is for 8 feet, but at the encouragement of staff, we've increased that. It will be, again, landscape with trees, and then we have that 6-foot masonry block wall that's painted to match, a beige color to match our building. Finally, at the front of the site in the southwest corner, as staff has noted, is our sales staging area, or excuse me, our sales display area. It's where we store our inventory. It is separated from the rest of the parking, as I noted. And then we have not included any landscaping within that area. We've pushed it to the buffers. The test drive gate is located on Serene Drive. It's the sole access at the southeast corner of the site. I just want to note that that gate will only be used for test drive traffic. There'll be no public access in and out of that gate. So with that, I'll close my presentation, and we're available to answer any questions about CarMax or the site plan that you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Just briefly, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, one point we'd just like to clarify, which I believe is the one open issue that Mr. Moran will put on the record today. We have a proposed 6-foot masonry block wall along, basically from this point to the east. And the reason is this is all the screened area, or the back of house, if you will, of the Carmex. From this point west, there will be no wall proposed, and the reason is there's no requirement for a wall between two commercial properties. The property to the north is zoned C1. So we will have trees buffering that property, but there is not a proposed wall from this point to the west, and I think that's what Mr. Moran's clients would like. But with that said, I'll let Chris wrap up, and we appreciate your support.
I'll speak briefly, if I might, Mr. Chairman, after we hear what Mr. Moran or others might say.
Okay, great. I'll give you time for rebuttal after we hear from the public.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll open this for public comment. Anyone wishing to speak regarding these items, please approach the microphones and state your name and address for the record.
I didn't know I was going to have a speaking part tonight, but John Moran Jr., 630 South 4th Street. I represent the property owner that is north of this site. Ms. Allen and Mr. Kemper have been a pleasure to work with on this. I believe we have just about everything worked out. Just to spread it on the record, I corresponded with Mr. Kemper and Ms. Allen and set out a few points that we wanted to make sure we're on the record and we were in agreement with. And I'd like to say that my clients have all this property along here all the way north. And I don't know where the other, if I could maybe look at the other aerial, if we have one. But we're probably one of the largest property owners my clients are in the area. And we go all the way north up to the residential that's some distance away. I agree with the representations of Mr. Kemper. Oh, thank you. As you can see here, my client's property begins on this this perimeter right here, which is in fact the north property line here. And we extend through this vacant piece is Rancho Drive LLC, who I represent, as well as this large piece here, as well as another vacant piece that you can't see up here. So they control quite a large area. Most of it is existing residential here and surrounded by residential. Just to shorten this up, you guys have been at it a long time tonight, so I just wanted to real quick put into the record what I think we've all agreed to here is basically that everybody's in support of staff's recommendation. I think staff made some tremendous recommendations, did a lot of heavy lifting on this project, and the report was excellent. I understand that there's not going to be any major body work, repairs, or painting allowed on the site, other than very minor, if in fact there's something that they need to look at on their 120-point inspection program, because we were concerned about major body work taking place there, or repairs or painting, and I understand that that would be extremely minimal and no major work. So that was good. Outdoor lighting, none escaping into the neighborhoods that surround this, no PA systems, no music being played, outside loudspeakers, all of that as recommended by staff and condition, and I know the applicant agrees with that. The landscaping, again, I asked for more landscaping along our perimeter wall, which is right here. We'll look at that one for a moment. And it appears that they're going to do that and increase the buffer area here, which is great. And therefore that was agreed to. I had some concerns about some of the debris and tires that were going to be collected here, but I understand that's going to be all the way screened. There was also an underground storage tank over in this area here. I was concerned about the pumps for that, and I understand that's going to be moved. The pumps will be moved some distance away from the underground storage. So that was agreed to, and also no problem now. We also discussed that there's not going to be any outside banners or displays or advertising, that basically the applicant was just seeking a waiver so that they could use the back area for car storage for a limited period of time. So that was good. Again, the trash enclosure was good. And then the only other thing was we had bay doors that faced north towards my client's property off this building. I'm told that they agree that those doors will be kept closed and unless they need to open them for ingress and egress only. So having said that, I think we're in complete agreement. I had a question here. I understand that they're going to now wall this and that this will be a proposed, I guess, a block wall. We would be in agreement with that. We were hoping they'd take it all the way down here, but if they do the increased landscaping that they're going to do here, and they take their 6-foot minimum up to 8-foot block wall down to here, that would satisfy us. So I think that that's basically what I understand from Ms. Allen and Mr. Kemper, that they're in agreement with, and based on that, we could go ahead and support this application.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other members of the public wish to be heard? Come on up, gentlemen. No, he's rebuttal. He's at the end, so we'll hear from you first.
Good evening. How are you guys? My name's Rick Mercer. My address is 4820 Serene Drive. I own also 4830, which is right next door. We're on the east side of the proposed CarMax new business. And I only have really two concerns. And we talked to the nice people from CarMax, and by the way, I'm very happy that they're doing this. It sure is a step up from an adult bookstore. I have just a little history. I've found people behind my house doing whatever they do. Limousine parked in front, heroin needles out in the road, beer bottles, doing donuts in my yard, so I'll be happy when that's gone. But my main concern is two things. One is on West Lone Mountain Road, they're going to have an egress and ingress for, I think, test driving. And I'm a little concerned about the amount of traffic in that area. Right now, when you come off of Rancho, take a left going east, and you try to turn on Serene, you got cars coming this way trying to turn left into the, what's the name of the gas station? Oh. Anyway, into a gas station. So you sit there and it's a feed store, Jones Feed Store. So you're just sitting there looking at each other, and you can't move. So my concern would be, is there going to be a traffic problem? It's already a problem, and when they start turning on Serene, is that just going to be a nightmare? Now, I did ask them about it. They didn't have any idea how many cars would be coming in and out. That would be something I'd really like to know, because that's going to affect our street and our transportation down that road. The other thing is, if I could just read this, because I've never done this before, so I don't know what else to do, but it's on the condition page 5. Do you guys have that in front of you?
We do.
Okay. It says a variance such as VAR 62590 should be approved to eliminate the requirement for private street improvements on Serene. If denied, construct private street improvements, including a cul-de-sac concurrent with development of this site. Well, we would obviously like to see that road improved and to look nice. And I know I bought a piece of property up on El Capitan, off of Van Road in Eagoncrest, and I had to pay to put a road in myself on a 2.5 acre piece. Now, I don't have $146 billion like CarMax, but I would think this would be something that they may be willing to do. Now, they're very nice about it. We're going to talk later about it, but I wanted to go on record that we would really like to have that happen. And other than that, I don't really have any other concerns. I'm happy to have them. Very nice people, and I'm looking forward to getting rid of the adult bookstore. I believe that's all I've got to say.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Can I leave some pictures of how the road looks now?
You may.
Okay.
We'll make those a part of the record.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Marty Slatsky. I'm the property owner at 4840 Serene at the very end of the street. I've pretty much got the same concerns. We're happy the project's going in. We think it's great for the area, getting rid of what's there and putting in this project. Like Mr. Mercer said, my biggest thing is I became aware that they are putting sewer line all the way to the very end of the street, which I'm very happy with, because that could service my property later on at a later date. But my only request, the buffering's great, the wall's great, is just if they're going to dig up the road, to just replace it and actually pave the whole street, because especially coming out of their driving, that one area that people are going to do test drives, there are people that are going to turn left and just maybe by accident just go to the end of the street, and at the very end of the street it is dirt, and so I don't know if it's 100 feet. It is going to create people going back and forth, driving in and out of the dirt. But if they're going to have to dig it up anyway, why hold them to just say, okay, fine, replace where you do the sewer line? It'd be nice to just do the street and make it a nice street. There's so much more being done. That's really all I would really want to just put on the record. If we could have that, As far as the cul-de-sac, I don't even care about the no cul-de-sac, but just to pave the street. That would be my only concern. That would really make the project nicer on our side.
Thank you.
So, I thank you.
All right, anyone else before we hear a rebuttal from the applicant? Mr. Kempfer?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Actually, after what Mr. Moran said, I think we're in full agreement. Everything he said, we absolutely agree with, and we would like to reflect that we do, and we appreciate very much Mr. Moran's comments. As to the paving of the street that was just brought up tonight, we're not in a position to agree to that because we don't know what the cost of that would be. It's a private road, not a public road. So that's something that we can't agree to, but we did agree that we would continue to work with these folks as we have in the past. We very much appreciate everybody's support for the project because, as we all know, there's two things that affect the value of a neighborhood. One is vacant land and two is objectionable uses. And in this particular case, both of those go away with this one application. So we would very much respectfully request your approval, subject to the conditions as noted by Mr. Moran and approved by the applicant. And you have our assurance that we will continue to work as we have with the neighbors who are to the east of this site. So,
okay, thank you. I will close the public comment and open this for discussion on the Planning Commission. Let me just lead off by saying I'm also thrilled to see the adult bookstore go. I always worried that that was creating a precedent and inviting more like businesses there. So really happy to see that go. I do have a question for staff, and that is regarding the concerns brought up about the test drive. And my recollection is that we considered an ordinance that applies to test drives, and how would that apply, if at all, in this case?
Through Mr. Chairman, I believe they have to provide us with a test driving route to be approved by the director or designee, and that would be then the route in which they would be held to.
Very good. So that will be part of the process. We'll get that from them, and then any concerns that the neighbors have about test drives, they can bring those up with the city, and that can be discussed. So, okay. Thank you. Commissioner Carrera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Although I have the utmost confidence in Ms. Allen and Mr. Kempfer that they will continue to work with the neighbors to satisfy, to come to some amicable resolution to the traffic issue that potentially could happen, would it be too much to ask for a site review after a year, just so that the neighbors know that they can come back to this body to say and figure out how it's going and how it's not going? I have all intention that it's going to go well. I just think that the neighbors might need a little bit more than just, we're going to talk about it, because technically, if you do walk away from this and we approve it, it is what it is. And they really don't have to come back to this board to change the traffic or to do anything for the most part. This kind of gives a little bit more cushion to the residents there.
Yes,
and Commissioner, and because it's a special use permit involved, if there's an issue with regard to this particular use, the council could call it back before it to then either add additional conditions, which would make this less objectionable to the neighbors, or they could address the issue at a city council meeting.
Okay.
So you can schedule a review, but anytime, even prior to that review period, if there's a problem with this particular use, the council can call it back at any time for a review.
Well, I make that suggestion to the group and to the board, whomever makes the motion.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Vice Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, question for the applicant. Is Serene not paved at this current time, or what? Is it dirt road, or?
Serene is paved. There is no curb and gutter. And it is paved up to about the last property, and then the road basically becomes a private driveway.
Okay, so anything that you tear up, you're going to put back in and repave, correct?
Correct.
Okay. No further questions.
Mr. Chairman, if I might make a suggestion and follow up to Commissioner Creer's comment.
Please.
That might be of assistance. Maybe what we could do is have a year administrative review. They can take a look at it. If there's an issue, then they can bring it to your attention and we'll address it here publicly. We just don't think it's going to be a problem. We trust, as you do, your staff to look at it, and that way there's not necessarily going through a public hearing a year from now. We have an administrative review to make sure it's functioning properly.
Mr. Chair? I wouldn't have a problem with that. I just want to, like I said, I have the trust in you. I don't know the gentleman from CarMax, but they are a company that is very reputable, although sometimes, large companies things can slip through the cracks in large companies. You leave here, you guys are here today, then you leave, and then your team comes in, and your team doesn't care about what you said. They don't even know who you are, as a matter of fact. They're like, I don't know that guy. I don't know what he said, but we're not changing nothing. And so then the neighbors are stuck with it, and I don't want that to happen. So I would just love to have that administrative review. It would be good after a year. The neighbors have an opportunity to evaluate the business has an opportunity to evaluate the surroundings, because like you said yourself, you don't know how many people you're going to really get in. You don't know how many test drives you're going to be making. Well, after a year, you'll know. And then if there's any adjustments that can be made, you can come back to staff and you can have administrative review.
So Commissioner Creer, it sounds like with that proposal from the applicant, they're agreeable to a one-year administrative review. Do you want to make the motion?
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, could I just ask one question? With Commissioner Creer's review, would it be specific to the traffic flow?
Well, no, I don't think so. That's a good question. I don't think so. I think there's I would like the members of the community to have an opportunity to come back and say, hey, these things just are not working out, because there's a lot of unknowns that are happening right now. You don't know how many people you're going to have. You don't know how many cars you're going to have. You don't know how many test drives you're going to have. You don't know if you're going to get that paved or not. A lot of different things.
We just want to make sure we're all on the same page. Obviously, we can't build the building and do all that and then have that being reviewed. What you're reviewing is to make sure that the flow's working correctly.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, in regards to the special use permit for the motor vehicle sales used, the test driving route would be part of that use. So it would be, if it's the discretion of the commission, it would be a one-year administrative required review from the date of approval of a business license shall be required on that specific use, because the test driving would be part of that use.
Is the 1 year from the license part of our code, or is that just the suggested condition?
That's the suggested condition, so that there is actually a definable point in which the 1 year starts, because if you leave it open-ended and they're still under construction, there would be nothing to review.
I was thinking from the date of occupancy.
That is also an option.
Okay. If we did that, that would also give us a year for any concerns about the traffic flow, which kind of goes hand in hand with this. So that would be my recommendation, is that we go 1 year from the date of occupancy.
I agree.
So, Mr. Chairman, this, through you, this would only apply to item number 32 when we're making motions. Is that correct?
32 and, was it 32? Peter?
Mr. Chairman, yes, it would be relevant to item number 32, and just to clarify the language of the issuance of a certificate of occupancy.
Very good. Okay, Commissioner Creer, would you like to make the motion?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I make a motion to approve and go with staff's recommendation with conditions, sir. GPA, agenda item 29, GPA 62212.
Please vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to approve agenda item and go with staff's recommendation with conditions for agenda item number 30, Z09-62213.
Motion is to approve item 30. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I make a motion to approve agenda item number 31 and go with staff's approval with conditions for agenda item 31, VAR 62590.
Please vote. There you go. Please vote. Post. It did not show. It never posted. Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Agenda item number 32, I make a motion to approve agenda item 32 with staff's conditions with a one-year administrative review from the date of occupancy for SUP 62214.
Thank you. Please vote. Post. Motion carries.
Mr. Chair, make a motion to approve agenda item 33 and go with staff's recommendation of approval with conditions for SUP 62215.
Thank you. Please vote. Post. Motion also carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Moving to agenda item 34, I make a motion to approve with staff's recommendation of approval with conditions for SDR 62217.
Mr. Chairman, as the applicant has indicated, there was 2 additional conditions that they would like to add to it. They were as follows. Condition number 1 was provide a 20-foot wide landscape buffer along the northern property line with tree space 15 feet on center. A proper tree species shall be specified to accommodate the tree spacing requirement and eliminate any future landscape material conflicts. Condition number 2 was the fuel dispenser to be located no closer than 80 feet from the northern property line. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And just for the record, I want to make sure the applicant agrees to those additional 2 conditions as stated.
Yes, sir.
Yes, we
Okay,
do.
thank you.
And so the record is absolutely clear. What Mr. Moran had also stated were part of staff's already approved conditions.
Correct. Thank you. Please vote. And post. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Have a
Good
good evening.
Mr. Chairman, items 29 through 34 will be heard at the City Council meeting on February 17th, 2016.
Items 35 and 36 are related. Item 35 is GPA 62262. The applicant is DR Horton Incorporated. The owner is Diamond Creek Holdings LLC. This is for possible action on a request for a general plan amendment from SC Service Commercial to M, Medium Density Residential on the south side of Charleston Boulevard, 782 feet west of Rainbow Boulevard in Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Item 36 is ZON 62263 for possible action on a request for a rezoning from C1 Limited Commercial to RTH Single Family Attached in Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. And before I ask for the staff report, I just want to clarify, are items 37 and 38 related to items 35 and 36? It doesn't appear so on my agenda, but we've got the same applicant and we're in the same ward.
Parcels.
All right, very good. Can we please have the staff report on items 35 and 36?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant has proposed a general plan amendment from service commercial to medium density residential and to rezone the subject site from limited commercial to single family attached. This would allow for 25.49 dwelling units per acre to be developed on a site adjacent to one of the valley's most utilized mass transit routes along Charleston Boulevard. Staff finds the proposed general plan amendment and companion rezoning application appropriate and compatible for the area and recommend approval of both applications. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening again, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner. Stephanie Allen, 1980 Festival Plaza, here on behalf of the applicant D.R. Horton. If I could direct your attention to the overhead, this is a roughly 2.5 acre parcel located on the south side of Charleston, just to the west of Rainbow. D.R. Horton is developing a proposed townhome product, and they'll be coming back before you with a site plan, with that overall site plan review and the proposed elevation for that project. This is simply the GPA amendment and the zone change to allow RTH zoning, which is residential townhome zoning. You can see on this aerial, the property is currently zoned C1. It's adjacent to C2 just to the east of it, and there's RPD 19 to the west of it. What D.R. Horton will be coming back with is a proposed density around 10 to 12 units to the acre that you'll see soon. So as you can see, that type of density is appropriate for this type of an infill parcel adjacent to commercial and higher density residential. We very much appreciate staff's recommendation of approval, and we'd ask for your approval this evening.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to open this for public comment. Is anyone here to speak on either of these items? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Any discussion on the commission? Commissioner Quinn?
Thank you. I think it's awfully refreshing that we're zoning down instead of fighting to zone up, and it's a pleasure to, I'm going to be happily approving this evening if my colleagues don't have anything to say.
I don't think so. Please go ahead and make your motion.
Yeah, this is a great project. I'd like to follow staff's recommendation for approval on GPA 62262, please.
Thank you. The motion is to approve item 35. Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. And regarding number 36, zone change 62263, I make the motion also for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, items 35 and 36 will be heard at the City Council meeting on February 17th, 2016.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Items 37 and 38 are related. Item 37 is GPA 62296. The applicant is D.R. Horton Incorporated. The owner is Alverson JB EMP PFT SHR PL and Trust, and Alverson J. Bruce Trust. For possible action on a request for a general plan amendment from office to medium-density residential on the south side of Charleston Boulevard, west of Tenaya Way in Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Item 38 is ZON 62297 for possible action on a request for a rezoning from professional office and parking to single-family attached in Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant has proposed a general plan amendment from office to medium-density residential and to rezone the subject site from professional office and parking to single-family attached. The subject site is adjacent to Charleston Boulevard, where the proposed density would support mass transit usage. Staff finds the proposed general plan amendment and companion rezoning application appropriate and compatible for the area and recommend approval of both applications. Please note that additional letters of protest have been received. Thank you.
Thank you. And hello again.
Hello again, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner. Stephanie Allen, 1980 Festival Plaza, here on behalf of the applicant, D.R. Horton. This is very similar to what I just presented to you. It's a little over a 2-acre parcel on Charleston Boulevard, just to the west of Tenaya Way, which is right here. The property is currently zoned for office, and it's adjacent to an RPD 14 and adjacent to office on the east property line. We're coming in with, again, the residential townhome zoning to allow a townhome development somewhere between 10 and 12 units to the acre. We'll be back before you with the overall site plan and the elevations so that you can see the overall proposed project. But we think this is a good use for the property for an infill parcel, and we'll have a limited, if any, impact on the residential that's to the south of it. So we would respectfully request your approval.
Thank you. These items are now open for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard on either of these items? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Any discussion on the commission? Commissioner Quinn?
Thank you. If there's no discussion, I'd like to make the motion for approval of GPA 62296 following staff's recommendation.
Thank you very much. The motion is to approve item 37. Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. In regards to item 38, ZON 62297, I'm going to make the motion also for approval. Thank you.
Please vote. Motion also carries.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Mr. Chairman, items 37 and 38 will be heard at the City Council meeting on February 17th, 2016.
Thank you. I will abstain on items 42 through 44 because of an ongoing legal relationship with the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On item number 42, ZON 62272, applicant, a cab taxi company, owner 44s LLC, for possible action on a request for rezoning from CM Commercial Industrial to M Industrial at 1500 and 1504 Searles Avenue, Ward 5, Barlow. Staff recommends denial. Item number 43, VAR 62274, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow side yard setbacks that range from 0 feet to 44 feet, where 50 feet is required for existing and proposed buildings, Ward 5, Barlow. Staff recommends denial. And finally, item number 44, SDR 62275, for possible action on a request for a major amendment to a previously approved site development plan review, SDR 48917, for a proposed 2,567 square foot building, where 4,985 square foot building used for auto repair was approved, 2 above ground 3,000 gallon gasoline storage tanks, and an existing 75 square foot guard shack, Ward 5, Barlow. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Vice Chairman, the applicant is proposing to place 2 3,000-gallon above-ground gasoline storage tanks in the north portion of the site. The applicant is requesting to rezone the property from CM Commercial Industrial to M Industrial, which is the only zoning district where such tanks are permitted. Because of the intensity of uses typically found in the M zoning district, the Unified Development Code requires all buildings or industrial uses to be set back a minimum of 50 feet from any property line that abuts residential. The proposed reclassification of property before the Planning Commission tonight would create a non-conforming situation that requires the existing guard shack, the existing office building, the new office building, and 2 storage containers to obtain setback variances. Staff finds that both the above-ground storage of gasoline and the requested variances to be incompatible with the residential development to the east, and recommends denial of all applications under consideration. Staff notes that additional protests were received after the agenda was posted.
Thank you. Applicant, may we have your name and address for the record?
Good evening. I'm Bill Curran with the Ballard's Bar Firm located at 100 North City Parkway. With me tonight is Jay Naney, the owner and applicant of ACAP. Let me begin by saying that the applicant wishes to redesign his facility, which has been in operation at this location since 2009. It is operated at that location without complaint from any of the neighbors. To the contrary, I'd say that Mr. Nady has an extraordinary relationship with his neighbors, businesses, and residences. On the east side of his property, if I can ask you to go to the overhead, on the east side of the property is the Archie Grant Senior Center. On the north side is Channel 3. On the south side is the Rogers, the now empty Rogers Car Museum. To the west is a landscaping company. This is a parking facility, a covered parking facility owned by Channel 3 Also in the area is an ice company, Anderson Dairy, and various other industrial types of uses. Mr. Nady didn't go to this location because he thought it was the best possible location for his business when he went there. He went there because with the building of the city center project, the Clark County condemned his property for expansion of the roadway system to serve city center. Unfortunately, there are very few places suitable to create a taxi company, and had he been able to find one in the county would have been obligated as a condition of federal law, because they were condemning this property, to help him find the place. But there simply weren't suitable locations. This location, which for those who've been in Las Vegas for a long time, you may recall this was the old Crema Weber Dairy, which operated at this location for a long time. It created a pretty unusual building because air conditioning and refrigeration weren't as good in the 30s as they are now. The building was built with very thick walls. It's got lined with cork in between the masonry, and it's just an unusual building that's hard to remodel given that situation. But there's also a challenge because the lot is sort of a unusual shape. But nonetheless, let me say, with the senior housing project immediately next door, throughout this period of time, Mr. Nady has had good cooperation from them. He's had happy relationships with them. He's shown himself to be a good corporate citizen. I don't know of many people who hold barbecues every Friday afternoon and invite their neighbors in, but that's what he's done since he started. And all those residents come over, mostly elderly ladies with their purses, who fill them up with hot dogs and take them home for later, too. Anyhow, he's had no complaints. The reason we're here now, and the reason that we have to go through this whole thing, is because Mr. Nady's business has been challenged by the creation of two new ride-share companies, Uber and Lyft. Most of our taxi companies here are corporate and very large, and ACAB is owned by Mr. Nady. He's the owner, he's the operator, he's the guy who's there 24/7, basically, being sure that this place stays together. He's been trying to find another location he could move to that would be more suitable. I'll tell you one other reason this was an unsuitable location. Until Uber and Lyft were approved, the taxi cab authority had his business geographically restricted, so he could only pick up fares on the west side of I-15. So that meant he couldn't even pick up fares next to his building. If somebody walked to his front door and said, "I need a taxi," he had to say, I can't pick you up. He's almost next to the state building. There's always demand for people to get rides there. Anyhow, 6 months ago, when Uber and Lyft were approved, his geographical restriction was removed, and he can now pick up anywhere. But he's got a new level of competition. He bought these two tanks that you see in your pictures, 3,000 gallon gas tanks, which he's had on the property empty for 2.5 years, thinking that when he went to a more suitable location, he could install those at that new location and he could work more effectively. That's just simply finding the new location has proven to be very difficult. So what he would like to do is, instead of having those tanks sit there empty, he would like to put them to use. If I can just show you the overhead, the aerial view of the existing location, and this one is a little cleaner. I'll show you the two changes. One is the tanks will be located in this area. I know that's sort of faint, but
this is Searles.
Yeah, that's Searles, and Channel 3 is to the north. Secondly, he has a a repair facility where he is restricted to do light repairs, like changing tires, changing batteries, putting in windshield wipers, things like that. But he can't do and doesn't and hasn't done any kind of heavy body maintenance or anything like that. It's just daily service. This has been open air. It's been approved. It's been operating as open air, although he's been encouraged by the councilman whose ward this is in to try to find a way that he can enclose it. And in fact, that's part of our application, is that we're going to enclose it and we're going to reduce the size almost by 50%. So it'll be the contours of the solid line, and the dotted line shows the existing size. So unfortunately, putting in these tanks creates sort of a series of domino effect kinds of changes. Everything he's going to do on this location is the same as he's done since 2009, with the exception of the new tanks, with the reduction in the size of the repair area. But because he needs to get the M zoning so he can have the above-ground tanks, and these tanks that he purchased are only suitable for above-ground installation. They're not suitable for underground installation. That requires an M zone. M zone in the area is not an extreme request. First, it complies with the master plan. Secondly, there is other zoning in the area that's M. Staff says it's a half-mile away. Well, that's not very far away in this area. There are lots of industrial users there, and I don't think that this is going to be problematic. But because it's a rezoning, the domino effect starts, and some of the things that have been previously argued. For example, we have a data collection center station here where when the taxis come in at the end of their shift, they drive in front of this station. There is electronic devices in there that read all the data. They can see where the car has been, how much it's traveled, how much fares have been collected, things of that, and it's downloaded. Question is, why don't you just put it in the main building? The answer is because the way those buildings are built, you can't transmit through all that heavy concrete and the cork and everything that's in there. We've argued this in front of the Planning Commission and the City Council. I forget exactly when. It was probably 2009, and they approved it. It hasn't been a problem. There's never been a complaint since then. But when you read in the papers tonight, it's another big objection. So I don't want to beat a dead horse on this. I guess what I would say is there have been no complaints in the operation here. I can't imagine that there will be any complaints in the future. Mr. Nady is extraordinarily responsive to his neighbors. He deals with the people in Anderson Dairy at Channel 3. Over at the Blind Center, he deals with them all the time, and he has very positive relations with them. If you want to ask questions about details on it, I can go into more detail. Mr. Nady has gone out today and taken some pictures of the neighborhood to show that what we intend to do is consistent with the neighborhood. If you'd like to see him, you can probably run through them very quickly.
All right. I can't sit here and not say something.
Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Jay Nady, and my address is 1500 Searles Avenue. That's my office address. And I own A Cab Company. It's not a cab, it's A Cab. It's the name of it. I thought I'd be the first in the phone book when I got it in 2001. This is just to get everybody's, just to get sort of oriented where we are. This is Searles Avenue. This is Las Vegas Boulevard North. And this is Bruce Street. Behind here is Gregson Avenue. This is where, and the ballpark is generally right here. This is Cashman Field across from, this is the state building here. Grant Sawyer building. Okay, with that in mind, on these numbers, you'll see, I went out and took pictures today. 1 through 3, I'm going to show you the pictures in a minute, are basically right at the edge of our fence. And 4 is a little bit, 4 through 8 are up there. 9, 10, and 11 are up here. And 13, 14 are down there. 16, or 15 rather, points back that way, and 16 sits right in front of our property and looks that way. So with that in mind, I'm going to try to go through if you can remember. Now, this is right next to our property. This is number 1. Can you see that okay? That's number 1. That's what we have next to us. And that's a little bit further to the east towards Las Vegas Boulevard. And now you've gone from, which is now Telemundo, which Channel 3 sold to the ice company across the street. And then you go a little bit further and you're at the laundry, I forgot the name of it, Mission Linen. They're there, and those are their trucks in there. These are Mission Linen trucks. And then a little bit further, it's almost the same picture, it looks like. And this is not the same picture, but further back. Now we get into, this is picture 6, so that's just in the same area. This is generally Model Dairy's lot. And this is about, I want to say, a half a mile up to Las Vegas Boulevard before you get to the graveyard on the left. This is more further to the north, and this is the far, even a little bit further north. This is where you go into Anderson Dairy's trucking. That's what you see from the street. All of these were taken from the street. And this is Anderson Dairy, the furthest part to the east, closest to the street, and there's a little bit further. And now across the street from us at Anderson Dairy, this is their gas tanks. Gas tanks are not a new item to our neighborhood, and just to make them a little bit more clear, they have 2 tanks, one on each side, and I couldn't ask for better neighbors. The Coons brothers are wonderful people. And then as we stop and look at from just shy of Las Vegas Boulevard, we look back and we see this is Mission Linen, and this is the crossroad. We're down here a little bit further, and facing back right from my property. This is my property here. You can see the whole thing. So we're actually on the western side of our property looking back, and that's all those buildings up there. As you can see, going to the west, there's absolutely positive nothing but industrial and properties similar to mine. On the other side is the Archie Grant place, and those people I see every week. And over across from Archie Grant is the Blind Center. They ride for free. They've ridden for free since I got there, even though I wasn't allowed to do it, but if I didn't charge, I figured I wouldn't do it. The Blind Center, we do rides for them every day. We have since we moved in, and they've never paid a penny. We do feed the residents every Friday, and that started a tradition because cab drivers made so little money that I figured I had to feed them. So I feed them every week. I could go on more about this, but I rattled a lot anyway, so I'll stop.
Let me just answer a question I was asked prior to the meeting. That is, where do the trucks come from that fill the tanks? The answer is they can come in from either the south entrance or the north entrance. They will come in here, unload here, come back around and go out. Either they could do it either direction. Experience, I think, will tell us which is easier. There's no real traffic on either one of these streets, so it sort of doesn't make any difference to us. I think we just want to do it whichever way proves to be better. Question was presented, can we limit the time of deliveries? And I can say that one of the reasons that this is popular with the neighborhood is that with the homeless problem in this area, they like having the activity around the clock. It's not a big deal to us, though, whether the trucks that fuel this only do it during daylight hours, or they don't have to necessarily come at night, although we don't think it would be a problem to anybody if they did. So that's basically what we want to do. Essentially what we're doing is continuing what we have done in the past. We're reducing the size of a building, we're enclosing it, and we're taking 2 tanks that have sat there empty for 2.5 years, and we're going to start to use them and start to fuel our cars there.
let me say that I bought the tanks when below-ground tanks were not allowed. I visited twice with the old fire chief, Archie, or I forgot his name. I couldn't put them above ground, below ground. I had to buy them above ground. I think it's changed because now it's different. I bought those not because I'm an idiot and I wanted to buy the wrong kind of tank, but I was told by, what was the guy's name? The fire chief.
Ozzy?
Ozzy. I met with Ozzy 2 or 3 times. No tanks above ground. They're not safe.
No tanks below ground.
No tanks, no tanks below ground. It's changed, I think. And that's the truth. I met with the guy and the architect. I bought those tanks, didn't have enough money to put them in. Now I want to put them in, they changed the rules.
And he really wanted to move his location, and was hoping that that would solve all problems, but that has not proven to be as simple as you might think.
All right.
To tell you how bad a location this was for him when he first got there, this was outside his service area. He couldn't pick anybody up here. He could only pick up on the other side of Las Vegas Boulevard. But he now has 300 employees. He's got a responsibility to them and their families to keep this business running. And he has to try to make it economically efficient in face of the new competition, and this is part of that plan.
Thank you.
I don't want to mislead anyone. 300 employees is a stretch because most of my employees are part-time workers, very part-time. It's not like we have 300 people ever. We have less than 100 cars, so we're still there. We need it. But with Uber, our drivers, in fact, work for me part-time and they drive for Uber part-time. Do I care? No. I'm happy to have them, and I provide their insurance, and I provide them with some sort of savings account and bonuses and things that they need from a real employer, and then they work just enough to get those benefits, and then they go to work for Uber the rest of the time. And that's a fact of life, and I'm living with it. Anyway, I won't take any more of your time.
All right, appreciate it. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward, state your name and address for the record. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and turn this over to the Planning Commission. I'll start with Commissioner Trowbridge.
Thank you, Chairman. I've got a couple of questions relating to each of the items, so forgive me if I jump around a little bit. In regards to the zoning request, someone said that the rezoning to M already complies with the master plan. Did I hear that correct?
Through you, Chairman, the light industry and research general plan land use designation is compatible with commercial, industrial, and the industrial zoning district, which they're requesting.
Okay, thank you. Then we go to 43. The gist there is you're asking for a variance from the side yard setback from 0 to 44 feet where 50 is required. I see on your drawing your little guard shack, or maybe it's the data collection center, more expensive title. Is that the building we're talking about being?
That's the one that's 1 foot.
That's what it looked like.
And that, believe me, that was discussed at much length before the Planning Commission and the City Council years ago. It's been approved. Virtually every council member has been on site since then.
Yeah, I don't get overly excited with a 75 square foot building. But the 44 feet, where do they come into play?
I believe that's from the tanks to the side property.
I didn't hear the question.
The 44 feet setback variance.
That's the tank to the wall. Look back here, put it back up here for you. I can't see if you can see this one. I like mine better.
Well, that one,
All right.
sure.
I did those this afternoon. This is Searles Avenue.
Gotcha.
And Channel 3 is across the street.
Yep.
So this tank is setting this far away with a barrier around it. Right
Okay,
there.
and that's the side where the landscaping firm is?
Say again?
That's on the side where the landscaping firm is?
The landscaping firm is over here on this side of the dotted line, and this is a parking lot for Telemundo, over here, and so we've got a big 8-foot wall all the way up to about here. No, actually, it's about here. But that goes up there, and that's where they park their cars behind there, and they have a covered, just like the things you guys wanted tore down today from the other guy earlier, and that's what they have.
And now the other side gives me more concern, and that's the proximity to the Archie Grant structure.
Right.
What's your guess on that distance?
I don't know, but I would imagine it's 200. How far is it? It's a third of the way over.
Okay, so it's more than 80 feet.
Sure.
Which is the one we talked about in the previous
I think
item.
this property is 200 feet across, and we're a third of the way into it.
Okay.
So it's 2/3 over here.
And now moving.
And there's also a 8-foot cinder block wall on this side and that side with the containers over there.
Okay, I was wondering more about the aroma and the seepage and things like that, but if it's 100, 200 feet away, it's not an issue. Number 44, we talk about, we've got a building where it's currently approved at 4,985 feet. We're reducing it to 2,567. Is that correct? So it's a smaller building than what was previously approved. Okay.
I had to sort of pull in my purse strings with my reduction in sales via new competition. I'm a little bit nervous. I don't want to go any further in debt that might cause harm later. So this is a conservative move.
Okay.
It also allows a little more parking.
Okay, that answers my questions. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Courier, please.
Thank you. I'm stuck on the M zoning, and I was stuck on that on an earlier agenda item. And you are requesting the M zoning, the industrial zoning, for the fact that you can, in order for you to build these two 3,000-gallon gasoline storage tanks. And I think that zoning is too much butting up on the Archie Grant Elderly Housing Center and also across the street, the housing center. To the west of where you are, it seems like it is commercial, it is industrial, but to the east are residents. And, those residents are most likely don't have a voice. I'm not sure who you deal with or, it's nice that you feed them, but I'm sure it's an elderly facility. I wouldn't want two 3,000-gallon gasoline storage tanks right next door to me where I live. And I'm sure these people do not want it as well, and they do not have a voice, I believe, to come out and express it the way that another development might be able to do. And, with that, the gas things comes, all the environmental hazards that come along with that. I haven't seen any type of what environmental standards are going to be in place to secure those. How are you going to ensure that there will be no leakage? You say there's leakage underground, but there's no leakage from that. What are the security precautions for if, they fall over? What if a hurricane hits there and they fall over and they burn up the whole place? I mean, there's a lot of issues that go along with storing 3,000 gallons of gas, 3,000 gallons of gas, than just saying, I purchased some gas tanks and I want to start using them. I respect the fact that you purchased them off of the conversations you had with the previous fire chief. I don't know what those conversations were. For whatever reason, you chose not to move forward with those plans. These have been sitting on the yard for a couple of years now, as you said, and as the planning team has said. And I'm not trying to stop business, but I can't see myself supporting industrial use butting up on a residential area, especially for folks that I feel don't have the proper voice to come out and voice their concerns. Two, I don't know about the environmental standards and hazards that go along with building two 3,000-gallon gasoline storage tanks. The other parts I'm not too concerned about, but those two issues I have, and because of that, I am going to go along with staff's recommendation for denial.
Thank you. I have a few comments myself. Mr. Curran, if Planning Commission and City Council didn't have a problem with that building on numerous occasions being next to the property line, why are we seeing that today?
Because when we reclassify the property to M designation, it imposes different kind of setbacks, and the old approvals don't apply anymore, so we're back to square one. And if I can just say something that I think is responsive to Commissioner Cruz's question. You know, we didn't think it was necessary or appropriate to go to the expense and effort of going around to the neighborhood with a petition. But I can tell you in previous times when we came in here, we had a petition, if memory serves. We had all but 2 of the residents who signed in favor of what we were doing, and those 2 didn't sign in opposition to it. We simply were never able to get them to come to answer the door. He enjoys tremendous support from his neighbors there. He doesn't just give them free hot dogs and hamburgers. Jay goes around and visits with him. He's a pretty gregarious guy. He goes out and talks to people, and they know him, he knows them.
Thank you, Mr. Curran. I think that addresses that point. A building permit application was submitted for existing paint mixing and spray booths. However, the permit was not issued and application expired on 3/2/2011. It appears that there's paint booths on the property. A building permit application was submitted for a vehicle service garage building. The permit was not issued and the application expired on 11/7/14. A building permit application was submitted for on-site improvements. The permit was not issued and the application expired on 11/7/14. Seems like there's a history here of applying for permits, going through the process, but then not completing the permitting process.
I can address that, Commissioner. As we've sort of recited, we've been here a number of times. As Mr. Nady has tried to put a round peg into a square hole here on this lot. He has also tried to find a way that he could find a suitable location that he could move to. Some of the things, for example, the paint booth. It would be nice if he was able to do minor repainting on the cars when if they get into a fender bender, where he just has to repaint the fender. But the city has always had an issue with that, so he's never done it. It sits there empty. It's suitable for the use. If he ever finds a place he can move to, he'll take it with him and start to do it. But it hasn't been approved, so he hasn't done it.
So the collision and custom restoration booth isn't currently being used.
It's full of, I think I've got a forklift in there, and I have a couple of Coke machines and some auto parts.
Okay.
No, it's never been hooked up. The electricity's never been to it. The fans have never. There is not. It's completely a simple building that we put in there with the hopes, but the city has always basically put the kibosh on it, and we withdrew our application or let it die because we were just told it couldn't be done. So it still sits there, and it frustrates me. Yeah. So when we wanted to put the fuel tank in 2 years ago, we heard the same thing from planning, and they didn't. No, you can't do it. Well, every time I come before this, they always say no, always. And I think I could ask for anything, and they'd say no. Let me address Commissioner Cruz's statements. Gas tanks above ground.
Sir, if I may.
Am I being too forward here? Excuse me.
I would just like for you to speak through the chair, and I'm not finished with my comments. And if Mr. Creer would like you to further comment, we'll let him ask on that. Staring at the photos, looks like there's a lot of engine parts and everything scattered throughout this property, at least from the pictures that I'm I'm seeing, how is the screen from the apartments, R3 property, to whatever, the east or west or wherever?
You're making an assumption that's incorrect, sir.
Okay, please explain.
Well, we don't screen anything. We have more inspections by the city than anyone else in the city. They drive through my yard every 2 weeks. Last week, a good example, the city inspector came by and was adamant that we were already putting gas in those tanks. Well, they don't even have hoses in them. I mean, we get accused on such a regular basis by city inspectors. We don't do anything wrong. We do nothing wrong. They walk through my property twice a month. Do I hide anything? I can't hide it. They're there. So
Let me answer that more directly if I can,
please,
Jay. The picture that you put on the screen that shows what looks like a bunch of miscellaneous junk, first, that isn't visible from any of the streets.
Okay,
that's
thank
an
you.
interior view, and secondly, that's the open work area that's now going to be enclosed. So
Okay.
we have a
That's what we're trying to
solution to
eliminate.
that problem.
Okay, thank you. That was what I was trying to get at. Commissioner Carrera, would you like this gentleman to further address your question?
Well, I didn't really have a question. I made a statement. I mean, either way, there's nothing that has been submitted that's going to answer my question or answer my concern. So I would say no.
All right. Commissioner Sherry.
Through the chair, I have a question for staff. Under the current zoning, can the applicant put in an underground tank?
I believe within a commercial industrial zoning district, one could create a service station with underground tanks, yes.
And as far as the rest of the applications, could that work within the existing zoning for the buildings and the structures he's looking at?
Through Chair, as Mr. Kern put forward, is the change in the zoning district precipitated the variances for the structures that have already been reviewed by this commission and city council. So under this commercial industrial, if they were to do this underground, basically a fuel service station, it would be I believe it's a permitted use in the commercial industrial zoning district that currently is on the site.
Thank you. And a question for the applicant, have you guys looked at this going underground?
Well, these tanks, he bought these tanks in the expectation he was going to be able to utilize them. He was told that he could not put in underground tanks. He bought these for above ground. He's now got, I don't know if you recall exactly, it's in tens of thousands of dollars per tank. I don't know exact cost, but that would just be money lost because he doesn't have an alternative use for the tanks. I mean, if he is ever able to find a different location, perhaps they could be used above ground at that location, but if he had tanks that he could put in underground, we wouldn't be standing here because we wouldn't need anything. The only reason we're here is these tanks started this ripple effect of the dominoes falling, that now the data entry shack is now an issue again, where that's been resolved, years and years ago. Same thing with all these other issues.
Thank you.
There's two shots at the mic adequate. My heart goes out to the small businessmen. We brag in Southern Nevada that we are open for business. If you were coming from out of state, you could probably get a pretty significant tax abatement, but you're a local guy, so we screw you. I don't think that's fair. The guy goes out and invests a significant amount of money following the best instructions, and then we change our mind. He asked this time, can we put it underground? And we get kind of maybe. Why don't you go spend another $20,000, $40,000 and then come back and maybe we'll turn you down on that one too. I just don't think that's a way to do business for someone that's trying to run a business, employing numerous people, has been operating the thing for almost 10 years over there and has excellent relations with the neighbors. and for us to start making up problems like what happens if a meteor hits one of those tanks? You know, that it just gets to be a little bit off the beaten path. I had the occasion in a prior life to take care of a soils mitigation issue, which was the result of an underground gas tank. And I would much rather deal with the meteor hitting the 3,000 gallon tank than soils mitigation with the EPA. And so saying that that's going to save the world, I can only tell you from my experience, parkland sat vacant for over 10 years while we worked our way through that nightmare. And I won't tell you the types of problems that we had with the county site where the county building is now because of the soils that were there as a result of the oil that was dropped by the trains and all. You know, we're off into never, never land, and the rules that were in place years ago probably aren't adequate for today's needs. So I can't see hassling this guy by sending him back to take another guess on underground tanks. You know, I think that the fire department will adequately assure fire protection, aromas and things like that just as a package deal. So if no one else had anything else to say, I'm ready to make a motion.
But Commissioner Trowbridge, just before you make a motion, I mean, how much time do we feel is adequate if this is approved for him to actually enclose that building, make the improvements, and get everything into compliance, kind of clean it up and make that yard look a little better? That way there's a little bit of screening from the neighbors. Of course, I hadn't been to your site, so I can't say for sure, but and maybe that's a question of the applicant.
We have a permit now that we're trying to amend. I think the permit is for a year, and that was granted to us, I want to say 3 months ago or 4 months ago, and it's only a 1-year permit. So if we're not done in a year, I think we've got a problem, and I'll admit to that. We have architectural designs, as you can see. We have building plans. I already paid for the building. I mean, I already bought the building. I already paid the builder. We're trying to move as fast as we can.
To you, Mr. Chairman, what he's referring to is the extension of times that City Council approved in August 5th of 2015, which extends the land use entitlements. Is not a time frame for which building permits would be issued, although the extension of times may actually have a time frame as a conditions of approval, as did the previous SDR that was approved in 2013. So besides the previous 2 years, whatever the Planning Commission's discretion is.
Commissioner Trowbridge, if you'd like to make a motion, I'd like to see some type of time frame associated with that. Thank you.
I don't know which one needs the time frame associated with it, but just by general comment, I'll incorporate that the improvements that are approved are done in a timely fashion, which would certainly mean before the expiration of the permits. So in regards to item number 42, the rezoning, 62-272, I'd make a motion for approval subject to all staff conditions.
Motion's been made. Please cast your vote. Motion carries.
In regards to item number 33, the variance, 62-274, I'd make a motion for approval subject to all staff conditions.
Mr. Chair, there's a condition, number 4, which says non-permitted structures on site shall be removed within 90 days, or all necessary building permits and final inspections shall be attained within 90 days of the date of final approval of this application.
Is that possible? Probably.
3 months for building permits is possible for inspection as well. At your discretion, as what you mentioned, if you're saying you want to limit it to the time frame of the extension of times, that would be August 5th of 2016.
Is that a condition that's, you can live with, or do you want,
We have to be done by August of 2016.
I would say give them 180 days, which is 6 months' time, which is ample.
6 months sounds better. If we would modify that fourth condition to make it 180 days, 183, then the motion stands as corrected. Thank you.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. Motion carries.
And in regards to site development plan review, 62-275, make a recommendation for approval subject to all staff conditions, if approved conditions.
Mr. Chairman, I believe we have the similar amendment as was done on the variance. I believe it is condition number 6 that would be amended to reflect 180 days as well.
Thank you. Motion stands as amended by staff.
And the applicant's fine with the amended condition?
I don't have a choice. I'm happy with it.
Okay. Motion is on the floor. Please cast your vote. Motion carries.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chairman, items 42, 43, and 44 will be heard at City Council meeting on February 17th, 2016.
Thank you, Commissioner Schlotman. I believe we are now at item 51, ZON 62343. The applicant is D.R. Horton Incorporated. The owner is Bureau of Land Management of the United States Government. For possible action on a request for a rezoning from residence estates to single-family residential restricted at the southwest corner of Tropical Parkway and Michelle Crest Way in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, staff finds the density associated with the requested RD zoning classification to be compatible with existing development and recommends approval. Staff notes that additional protests were received after the agenda was posted.
Thank you and good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here representing D.R. Horton in this matter. If I could get your attention to the overhead, I'd like to give you a little bit of a history with this piece of property and why and explain to you why we're asking for the zone change for an RD zoning. The property that I have here is highlighted here in red. It is approximately 25 acres of property. This piece of property was nominated for this past BLM auction. D.R. Horton was the successful bidder at the auction itself. Prior to the nomination of this piece of property, this property was located in Clark County. Within the last several months, the city of Las Vegas came in and annexed this piece of property into the city. So one of the things that D.R. Horton did while we were going through the due diligence period prior to the auction in November is we were working with the Clark County representatives and also the elected representatives in the city of Las Vegas with respect to trying to lay out a proposal for the property that is located here. One of the things that I'll make note in the presentation, which will make sense to you as I go through, Alpine Ridge is located here. Alpine Ridge Way is located here, which actually is a street that dissects the property. So you have about 10 acres of property that is on the west side of Alpine Ridge, leading up to the 215. And then you have along the east side about an additional 15 acres of property that is on the other side. One of the things that D.R. Horton wanted to do, since they were the successful bidder in the auction and working with the two entities, is to come in this area here on the 10 acres of property and propose RD zoning, okay? The RD zoning would be minimum 10,000 square foot lots. You have about approximately 10,000 square foot lots here. You have R1 zoning located over here. So we figured it would work out perfectly to do the 10,000 minimum square foot lots here This would be the single-story product, similar to, I believe, a product that D.R. Horton has already constructed, which is known as Tropical Manor. So these would be single-story homes located here. Meanwhile, we would go on the other side of Alpine Ridgeway, on this 15 acres, we would do RE zoning, which would be the minimum 20,000 square foot lots. And mind you, as I'm going through this presentation, D.R. Horton has invested millions of dollars in the Northwest, in this general area through Clark County and the city of Las Vegas in purchasing properties and developing half-acre developments. So we were very careful with respect to trying to come up with a layout here to make sure that we would address the county and the city's concerns when you go through the zoning and land use itself. One of the things that we realized when we're coming through the zoning itself is when we came in to submit the application at the city of Las Vegas, we were told by code we are not allowed to split zone the property when it's one single parcel. So as I said earlier, we have right now in escrow 25 acres of property. If we were in Clark County, we were able to split zone this parcel to RD zoning and RE zoning because that's what we're allowed to do in Clark County. It has nothing to do with which jurisdiction is better than the other. It's just the facts. We do this, I do this on behalf of my builders in the Northwest. The neighbors that are here in opposition and have concerns are familiar with that type of zoning and land use process. Unfortunately, the code does not allow it here in the city of Las Vegas, and that is what it is. And because of that, we had to come in on the full 25 acres with RD zoning for the property itself. So although we would prefer to have RD on 10 acres and RE on the remaining 15 acres on this application, we simply could not. Now you're going to ask, someone's going to ask somebody, well, what can they do? What we're told, and we understand, we could do a parcel map to separate this parcel for 10 acres and this parcel for 15 acres. But as we're going through the BLM process to finalize and complete the sale, we need to make sure we're able to get the entitlements of what we need. So one of the things that we did is strategically, we just figured we might as well just come in with the RD zoning, and with respect to the 10 acres and the 15 acres on both sides of the street, although this is not an official plan, we are in the process of working with the city in submitting a tentative map, which we are proposing that the tentative map hopefully will be on the March Planning Commission agenda after we can get the zoning approval, hopefully in February at the city council level. So as I showed you here, and we shared this with Commissioner Brown, I know he had a meeting with about 100 neighbors last night to talk about the RE area itself and development and so on. So we gave this to his liaison to give him an idea of what D.R. Horton's looking to propose here. On this 10 acres, as I told you earlier, as I showed you, these are minimum 10,000. Actually, a lot of them are 11,000 or above on the lots itself of what we are proposing. And then on the other side of the street here, these are all minimum 20,000 square foot lots. So in closing, the only other thing that I can offer you as we go through this process is, it's unfortunate, I know neighbors are going to come up and want to put certain conditions on the zoning itself. That's the other thing that we can't do here in the city because of the zoning code itself versus in Clark County. We're able to put, a number of conditions on there. The only thing that we have left is as we come through, as I mentioned to some of the neighbors, is D.R. Horton has a substantial investment out here, and they're going to be building. They're probably one of the few leading builders on the half-acre developments that you see, especially if you're familiar in the Northwest. The last thing that D.R. Horton is going to want to do in working with Commissioner Brown and Councilman Steve Ross is to tell you and have me stand up here and put something on the record and change it the next day. We're going through that process, and as I could say from representing on behalf of D.R. Horton, although this whole thing is being proposed for RD, we are going to be building 10,000 square foot lots over here. We'll be coming in with 20,000 square foot minimum lots. We understand what the parameters are for development in the Northwest, and we'll continue to honor that. So I wanted to mention that, and I apologize. Usually at this late of an hour, we had staff's recommendation approval, and we're able to move on. I know there's many neighbors here who want to speak and who will be emotionally tied to this because this is an RNP area on one side, and the other side we have some leeway to do these RD lots itself. So we'll have some conversation on that, but I wanted to try to hit some of these issues up front because you're going to hear that from the neighbors as we go through, and then I'll come back and answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you. Can I get an idea by a raise of hands how many people are here to speak on these items? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm going to limit your remarks tonight to 2 minutes each, considering the number of you that are here. Hopefully you were here earlier when we reminded everyone to try and not repeat comments that have been made before. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie Council. I live at 5860 Michelle Crest Way, right across from the proposal. I purchased my home in 1991, and I have in the overhead here the location of my lot in comparison to the proposed development. I want to say, first of all, that I'm a native Las Vegan. I purchased my home in 1991. I had horses at my neighbor's house down here. I enjoyed riding my horse down the street to have coffee with my neighbors. I don't want to go into the whole rural thing, but we've really enjoyed the rural lifestyle up there in the northwest Las Vegas, and would hope to continue to do so. Last night, as the representative from D.R. Horton mentioned, there was a community meeting. This is just a picture of the folks that couldn't make it tonight but wanted to be represented here tonight. So I have a petition that was signed last night opposing the RD zoning, so I'd like to present that to the commission for your consideration.
Thank you. We'll make that a part of the record.
And there was also one of the residents submitted a letter that she'd like us to bring for you. Real quickly is one of the concerns is that they did present the zoning map. And we would like to make sure that that map is a part of the record if you approve this development. But really, if we can get the whole development staying at residential estates, that would be the request of the residents in the area. And then fourthly is, just recently I've been getting information about the annexation of the city property in the northwest area, and it's a big concern of all these residents that we're going to end up with a patchwork quilt of zoning and jurisdiction over the years. We've kept a very rural lifestyle in a very open area, enjoying, our livestock and animals, and we wish you wouldn't create a patchwork area in the northwest. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for keeping those to 2 minutes. By the way, there are timers. They're difficult to see. If you look behind the monitors that are up there, you'll be able to...
I'm old. I can't see anything. I'll try and keep it under 2.
Then you'll just have to listen for the beeps.
Or yell at me when...
Good evening.
I've said...
Your name and address, please.
My name is Gordon Marks. My address is 9393 Craft. I've been here all night and listened to how empathetic you have been to those who live in a neighborhood environment. And most of the people that showed up at the meeting last night moved specifically there for that rural environment, no street lights, no curb, no gutter. We like that preservation area. And, you guys used to have an interlocal agreement with the county where you would observe that, zoning that we have, and now that's just not happening. I can't figure out why you guys do that. It's like changing the rules in the middle of a football game. Let me deflate my football so I can throw that a little easier. I think that you ought to really consider the rural aspect that we have spent a lot of money and a lot of effort to go and live in this environment. And when you guys allow this to happen, then, you're destroying that for us. And I think you're elected and you're put in your position to preserve that. Just like, Commissioner Greer has said, we're here to preserve that stuff. We're not here to destroy that. And once you start letting this stuff be whacked up and moved like that, that's exactly what you're going to be doing for those of us who like that lifestyle. I know that I represent probably more than 100 people that were there last night. I think you represent them as well, and I hope that you have the intestinal fortitude to maintain that. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just correct you. We're not an elected body. We're appointed, and we serve at large. Thank you, though.
Hi, Al. My name's Keith Lampe, 6069 Alpine Estates Circle. It's actually the subdivision that's across the street from the proposed property. I echo everything that was said by the two folks ahead of me. The one thing I did want to point out of that meeting last night, nobody in our subdivision got notice of that meeting, so nobody was there last night. We found out literally by a message taped to the side of our mailbox this morning when some of the people went to the mailbox today. So again, we weren't represented at that meeting last night. The second thing is that notification for this meeting tonight I just received in the mail today. The mail was checked over the weekend. It wasn't checked yesterday, so that was late coming to me. Again, we just want to echo the fact that when we purchased our homes from D.R. Horton in the subdivision at Alpine Ridge, the plot and zoning maps that we were presented at the time echoed the fact that that was rural area, that that was a state area, and that's what we accepted and expected to remain that zoning, living in that area. We like that rural attitude, that rural living, and we like the fact that we're spread out. The last point I want to make is traffic is being increased through Centennial High along that Alpine Ridgeway Road and a couple of those roads in that area. So whenever school is going in the morning and leaving in the afternoon, all those roads get congested currently, trying to get in and out. Okay? Thanks for the time.
Thank you. By the way, we have several mics up here. Anyone who wishes to speak, if you'll come on up.
Hello, excuse me, my name is Patty Cardoza. I live at 6058 Alpine Estate Circle. I, again, was in the community that didn't get notified of the meeting last night. We would like to have been there to be represented. My concern is, again, the traffic. When the buses are running to Centennial, they stack up, and the cars that stack up on Alpine Ridge, it's only going to increase with the high density that that D.R. Horton is anticipating. And we were told when our houses were built that there wasn't going to be any houses adjacent to us. Since then, D.R. Horton built another stretch of homes, and unfortunately I wasn't prepared for this sort of meeting, so I don't have any visuals for you, but there was a stretch of homes by D.R. Horton between our division and Highway 215. We were told that they would be the same floor plans, the same the same setup as our homes, but they changed that once they started building the homes and made them smaller. So there's a greater density there. I would like to see the consistency from the RD to the RE, that it's consistent across Alpine Ridge and less high density. We've already had 3 break-ins in our small community of 25 homes. You're building that many more homes in that community, you're just going to add more crime potential. So I'd like you to please consider the homeowners in that area. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Chuck Boney, 2909 Grande Arch in Henderson, Nevada, 89044. I've recently signed a contract to build an Alpine Vista Estates, which will border the land that's in question. And again, I'm coming from, I've been here since '98. We've had 3 homes in communities and subdivisions, and it was our choice to move to a rural environment, the half-acre lots, just the rural area. We signed a contract back in August, so they have not broke ground yet, but that's expected soon. There's going to be 9 lots, and I don't have the map here, but the property in question is a 5-acre tract. There's 9 homes on there, and it's laid out next to the map that D.R. Horton showed. So you can get an idea of what 9 homes on a 5-acre tract looks like, and that's basically the general scheme of things in that particular area. I was looking over RE and RD because I wasn't quite sure, and from what I could gather, the difference on RE is you add uses to the raising of crops and a limited number of animals. And that's not that it necessarily, pertains to myself, but when you look at the table, which I could be wrong on this, I'm not a lawyer, but 30-40-1, the RE is 2 homes per gross acre on a 20,000 acre lot. If you move to RD, it allows for 3 homes on a 10,000 acre, and that is per dwelling. It differs from the staff findings on one of their charts that they show development standards, existing zoning, RE, RD, and low density is all showing 5.49 dwelling units per acre. Well, I don't see how you could put 5.5, let's say 11 homes on, 2 acres. And they're showing that units allowed would be 137. So if you look at the 5-acre tract with 9 homes, they have 25 acres in question. 9 times 5 is 45 homes that would be, in general, the way that area is set up right now. I don't see how you could put, I just don't see it. So when we talk about the urban environment and the surrounding areas, there's rural open land that shares with the neighborhood on the north side. On the south, on the east, and on the lower side, it's all RE. And the 25 acres in question is also RE. So my suggestion is just don't change the zoning. It's already zoned RE. I would request that you leave it the way it is. Based on the and I won't take but another minute here.
Your time's already up, so please don't take
Can I go on
a minute.
for, I'll try to make it quick here. There's 2 points here. In their analysis of this, which I think comes into play, they're saying it's been established in the northwest area of the city, being developed as an urban environment away from a rural desert environment. I would contend that this is a rural environment, and the only new development going on there right now is in fact the 5-acre tract that I've purchased in, and that is RE. So that was purchased from, I think it was already semi-developed, and in the 07, 08 it went under, but that's now coming back as RE. So that is the current. So when they say that it's compatible with the surrounding area, it's not. If you follow the subject line around the property, there's only 1/7 of that property line that butts up to R1. Everything else is surrounded by RE. And that's what I would deem is, the pattern, the established pattern.
Thank you. I'm going to have to cut you off.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Juliana Smith. I live at 5980 Michelle Crest, which is the corner of Michelle Crest and Tropical Parkway. If you could clear up one thing for me. When did this parcel become city? I've lived there 17 years and it was county. And I've called the city to find out who requested it be city. And they told me it was BLM. I called BLM, they say it's the city. Who had this annexed to the city?
We can answer that question for you after your remarks.
Oh, okay. I request that this stay what it's supposed to be, which is residential estates, not the RD zoning. Okay, I'm done.
All right. Thank you. Staff?
Mr. Chairman, the city has, over the last year or two, been annexing vacant BLM parcels in the northwest in order to facilitate continued development. There was legislation adopted at the last legislature that no longer allows provision of sewer unless it's annexed to the city. So the city's been annexing the vacant property in order to provide sewer for new housing development.
And living 60 feet across the street, I wouldn't have been notified of that annexation?
I don't believe there's any requirement for notification of annexations unless it's your property.
As it's a bill, it would be in the newspaper only.
Any type of legislation like that that goes through the city, the challenge would be then to notify every single property owner in the entire city, which would cost the city millions of dollars over the course of a year to do that. So we do a general notification online, through the newspaper, all that kind of stuff.
So it was posted in the newspaper?
Yep.
With regard to annexation, notification only goes to the property owner who's affected by the annexation, not by the surrounding property owners.
Okay.
So wouldn't I have been affected since I'm across the street?
No, you would have had to be a property owner that was affected by that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Peter Filiberti. I live at 9975 Azure Drive. Mr. Chairman, I'll try to keep this under a minute. What the city did here when they annexed that property, I don't know what's involved with that, but the zoning was correct when you guys annexed it. You had the correct zoning. I don't think the neighborhood is really too much against having the zoning change on the east side of Alpine Ridge, because we've always been for a buffer zone, and I hate that word buffer, let's call it a transition zone, to transition from the smaller homes to the RE area and RMP that we've enjoyed there and try to keep rural. That being said, I think that's what this is really all about, is you got a big foreign corporation here, they're out of state, D.R. Horton. They do a lot here, believe me, they build some good stuff, but they're acting like a bunch of crybabies, all right? They want to have their cake and eat it too. What they need to do is man up, buy that land from the BLM, pay someone, get an engineer, and it's not going to cost that much to go ahead and subdivide it, and ask them to change the westerly portion to RD and leave the rest RE like you have it now. If they did it the right way, it would be perfect. Everyone would be happy. We wouldn't even be here today. But because they want to try to cut corners, or I don't know what kind of deals they're doing with the BLM, because of their business, they need to revisit how they do business. They got a lot of money. They can just go in there for that song and dance price, which I saw what they paid, what they offered. It's ridiculous. They could buy that land up. Hey, it's D.R. Horton land. Come back here and say, here's the map. Let's go ahead and change this, do the zone change on this westerly thing. We're done. Everybody's happy. Why don't they do that? This is why I want you guys to deny these guys. Tell them to do it right. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Tim White, 9818 Azure, Las Vegas, Nevada 89149. I certainly support the background and all the conditions that go with the RMP unilaterally. Specifically, though, I want to say that D.R. Horton has been a respected and a good builder within our area. They've done a great job. The one thing is they have not changed zoning in some of the developments that I've seen there. They've been RE, done a great job. And this is right near where some of the, just like Mr. Bob Gronauer mentioned, right within the same area. So I don't see why it's necessary to change the zoning, which might be a precedent that will be interpreted for other developers to extend the RD or R1 or whatever it might be down into the RMP. The property does fully extend itself into the RMP, so therefore, again, it should be made an RE. And now I do have from last night's meeting with Commissioner Brown 5 subjects that were important to us. One I just mentioned was the RE zoning. No, we shouldn't see where there should be a change there. The other is the interlocal agreement that was allowed to expire a few years back. I can't see why the agreement should have expired. It should either have been extended or a follow-on agreement that could be cordial and between both the county and the city. The other thing is somebody mentioned the patchwork that could result from not having an interlocal agreement, something like a checkerboard where not so, I guess, so bad that we have annexations. I don't see a problem with the annexation. I see more a problem where it seems that the city is inspired to support higher densities. And this is something that we very much disapprove of within the RMP. The other thing is the anxiety that sometimes without an interlocal agreement or without some kind of stability within the county or within the RMP, that it generates what's going to happen next. How come, we have to stand up to do this battle, it seems like so regularly, about developers who seem to pounce on and try to change it. Never is it to expand the level of property. It's always to condense it, I guess, for the bottom line, for money. But the point is, it creates a lot of, like I said, a fear, anxiety, and also the fact that here you have the city council and all, and there's a lot of opinion that you're not on our side. You're not on the residents' side. And I think that there needs to be some attention from the council that says, you know what, no, we are on the residents' side. And we give you priority about your concerns so that when outsiders and such that want to develop in your area who do not live anywhere near the RMP are making changes to your lifestyle. This is a rural lifestyle, been living here a long time. I wanted to comment, heck, we bought the property in '87 while we're here in Las Vegas on our honeymoon. I served 20-some years in the Air Force before we came back with our family to continue the dream of living in the desert, rural country environment. And so that makes us kind of passionate about way back in the '80s when we started the first steps towards an RMP. We continued those steps, we enhanced it, always kind of led ourselves to believe that it wouldn't change, that we stand on firm ground. Understanding that there are conditions by which annexations can take place. There's schools, there's hospitals, there's churches, and all these things are welcomed, but not the density of housing or unwelcome businesses of sorts, retail and commercial. With that...
Thank you, sir.
All right. I appreciate your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Commend you guys and ladies all for being here this late, and this gentleman as well for representing the company that he's with so well. My name's Jonathan Gregory. I'm at 6345 North Grand Canyon Drive, and on behalf of one of my dear neighbors who's not here this evening, she's home with her husband, I just wanted to share this with you briefly. This is a quote, absolutely false, absolutely not true, and it goes on to say, I don't know where that criticism comes from because it's unfounded. And now those were Steve Ross's words, and it was in answer to a question in an article back in December of 2015, and the question was, there have been a few critics from people saying that you're not committed to protecting rural areas, and that the city is slowly but surely annexing many county properties. How do you respond to that? It's already zoned. They have plenty of money to pay their bill. I don't take property out on loans I can't afford, and I'm not a multi-billion-dollar company. This gentleman represents them well. They do good work, but they follow the rules. It's already zoned. They don't need to rezone it onto smaller lots and let us trust them. We have no reason to. We don't know you formally. I have no reason to distrust him either, and I have every reason to believe that as appointees, that's a very clear decision. It's already zoned. It doesn't need to be rezoned. I thank you for your time. I hope your decision's quick, and I hope that it's a denial. And
Thank
may I
you.
please provide these for record?
Yes.
Thank you very
We'll make
much.
those part of the record. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Linda Franco. I live at 5998 Golden Marijuana Way in Tropical Manor. And I did have a home since 1996 in the Northwest area. I sold that in 2012, went back to my Michigan home for 2 years, and missed Las Vegas so much that I had to come back. And I am a widow now, so I decided to buy at Tropical Manor, and I believe I was sold a bill of goods. D.R. Horton told me, and they gave me a map showing that the land behind my home was going to be RE. And they specifically, I wish I had my contract here to show you, and I hope to bring it next time so I can show you that they gave me a map and said that the land behind me was RE, and that the several houses with that vacant land behind us, I paid $10,000 more for my lot. D.R. Horton, all these people here on that piece of land where it was vacant on Tropical Manor, and we all paid extra for that premium lot. Not only did we pay extra for the premium lot, we thought that was going to stay RE. And to be swindled like that, and I'm a widow. That was the last home that I really wanted to buy. And now they say that they're going to change the zone on us. It's just not fair. We'd like to keep that all rural. And I'm telling you, I love Las Vegas and I love the area, and I came back to the same area so I can relive my life again here. And for them to do this to me, and even after I paid extra money for the lot, and they basically lied to us. And now they're trying to change the land behind us. So I'm here to say that I hope you understand and keep this area rural, because it's a beautiful area and a lot of people like to live there. I know that they invest a lot of money in that area, but so do we. All of us together invested more money than D.R. Horton is investing. And we want to live there in a beautiful, peaceful area. We don't want any more homes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, my name is Donna Taliaferri. I live at 6280 North Hualapai. I feel the same way that everyone else does. I've lived in this area since 1993, and I started my fighting almost immediately, and I was on town board for 10 years. Now I've been a planning commissioner for the past 7 years, and so I understand the position that you're in. What I would like to ask you is the map that Mr. Gronauer had, if there is a way that you could tie his map to the resolution of intent so that we know that the 15 acres that are on the east side of Alpine Ridge will stay RE. I'm sure you can understand that the problem that we have is that it is now going to be rezoned RD. And that's a problem for us. We would, if it were in the county, which I understand it's not, we could do two things, and we could put conditions on it. And if y'all want to come over to the county, I can help you out, because we have lots of tools that y'all don't seem to have, and it would be fun for you to be able to do that. And Mr. Gronauer would like that too, I think. But if you could tie the map with the resolution of intent so that it would mirror the zoning of that. I would also ask you to please waive the offsites. I know you have to on Alpine Ridge. It's already there. But you'd have to do that in the county anyway. But if you could waive the offsites so that we could keep the rural standards the best that we can, I would appreciate that. And if there's any changes made, and I've already talked to Mr. Gronauer about this, if there's any changes made to the map, any big changes, then we could come back for a public hearing so that we know that. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is that...
Yes, my name is Steve Cardoza. I live at 6058 Alpine Estate Circle, which is a gated community. There's only 25 homes. The lots are like, 12,000, 13,000 lots. And we bought there because it was a great area. We didn't no indication that they were going to build any houses. Come to find out that they built houses right behind us, which is from Alpine Estates to 215. They bought all that property, and they built like 43 homes, and we went to a meeting, and they were going to build them like our homes. One of them was 2875. I think there was 2,875 square feet. Maybe one a little bit less, 2,500. Well, come to find out, that's not what happened. They started building these homes. They were like 2,100, 1,800. So I would like to have it just zoned as, like everybody says, as we bought the property. I mean, what more can I say? I just hope you consider all the residents out there, all the people, the investments that they made, their families. That's where they're going to have their future. So I thank you all for your consideration.
Thank you.
Charlie Tassone, 6160 Falling Waters Court. Thanks for having us tonight and listening to us gripe. Maybe I could see a show of hands. If you're going to deny it, just tell me now. I'll save you some trouble.
That's my job, sir.
All right. I was trying to help you.
Thanks.
So I'm going to help you out. I'm going to give my recommendation. You can just follow it, take a vote on it. My recommendation is deny it. They can go back. They can hire PLS. They can do the subdivision. You know construction. You know what you're talking about. You guys know what I'm saying. They can get it done in a week. They can come back to you They can zone west of Alpine Ridge to be consistent with what's there. They can zone east of Alpine Ridge, RE, which it stays RE, right? Everybody's happy. D.R. Horton can build their houses, the same houses they were presenting to you, but if you notice, they were hesitant on calling it a tentative map. I wonder why that was. Maybe they want to change it later. I don't know. But if they were to subdivide it, bring you the proper map, we would all be on board, and we'd put this to bed. The other thing I'd like to say is D.R. Horton has been, possibly up to some business, because it appears the city had annexed the BLM land before the auction happened. I forgot the gentleman's name here, but he misrepresented that when he gave his opening comment. Larry Braun confirmed that. The city confirmed that. Steve Ross's office confirmed that. Christine Kramer confirmed that. So maybe staff could verify that. If the city is annexing property before the BLM is even conducting the auctions, based on what? Because the county is the one designating the BLM plots to be sold, not the city. Are you in collusion with the county? Or you guys know what comprehensive planning is doing, putting these lots up, for disposal? I don't think so. So I don't know what's going on, and I don't know why these deals are happening before the auctions are even occurring. And I don't know, my time's up. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, have we heard from all the neighbors that wish to be heard? Mr. Gronauer, there's been a lot said. I'm going to ask you to, I'm going to give you 4 minutes to speak.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to hopefully not take 4 minutes and maybe half of that, because I'll just hit on a couple points. The last speaker, what he mentioned, I want to make sure I state this again. I know what I said in the beginning of my presentation and make it clear. This property that's before you today was annexed prior to the BLM auction. We were aware of it. Many other people who were looking to bid on in the November auction were aware of it also. In the city, the land use plan, what is very important is low density residential, okay? We're doing RD zoning. We're meeting the plan of what the city code requires. There's a gentleman that spoke about Title 30, if I can get you to the overhead here, is with respect to our development, as you can see here, I have a zoning map. And I'll point out some of the people who spoke. The gentleman that said he's building his lots here, this is located in Clark County. The funny thing about this is 9 lots on 5 acres. I can tell you, D.R. Horton, along with the builders in the Northwest and working with Commissioner Larry Brown, Councilman Steve Ross, but mainly the county commissioners, we've come up with parameters for development where no longer are you going to see 9 homes on a 5-acre lot subdivision. What you're going to see is 8 homes on a 5-acre lot subdivision. And that's some of the changes that we've made. So the irony here is you have a gentleman quoting Title 30 of the way things should be, but if you take a look at the map of where this 5 acres is located here and we start zooming in, you actually have this area buffer, transition, whatever, 8 lots on 5 acres and not 9 lots on 5 acres. That's because those are the parameters that I was explaining earlier in my initial presentation of what we've agreed to do as participating to make sure we meet certain requirements out in the Northwest. We're out here, many of the developers are out here, and we respect what's out there. We also are told what those parameters are. Unfortunately, you run into these issues when you get annexed in and different codes conflict with each other. They don't overlap the way we all would like them to overlap. If this was in the county, yes, it would be fairly easy. We got conditions. We're split zoning the property. City code doesn't allow it, as I explained that. If anything, I could submit this for the record. I'm going to be here again. I'm going to be here in next month at City Council on this matter. I'm going to be here 2 months from now on the tentative map itself, and I'm going to show you the tentative map is pretty much going to be substantially similar to what we got. We understand what the rules are out here. We're adhering to those rules. We apologize that we're conforming to your land plan that says low density and RD zoning conforms, but we're doing one step better. We're not just coming in and maxing out the density. What we're going to be doing is we're going to come in at the low end. And we'll probably come in about 50 lots on 25 acres. That's about 2 units to the acre overall for the east and the west property itself. So I believe it's pretty good planning when you're putting RD lots, they're RD and R1, and you're going to keep everything over here RE when we come in with the final plan. So that being said, I'm here to answer any other questions.
Okay, thank you. I will close the public comment, and it's time to discuss this as a commission. Who wants to go first? Vice Chair Slotman?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, question for staff. I've just never seen this before, and just for my own clarification, how do you have one parcel that crosses Alpine Ridge Way? This is one parcel, correct?
Mr. Chairman, I can help a little bit. It's a BLM parcel, so the BLM, owned it, and to get the road in, what we probably did was get grants to the BLM to put the roads in, or probably was done by the county. That's how the road actually got in, was through BLM grants to put roadway and curb and gutter and whatnot.
So when BLM, through you, Mr. Chair, when BLM puts a road in and there's an easement granted through BLM property, you don't require subdividing their parcels?
No, yeah, the BLM doesn't really subdivide. They sell property, and then when it's sold, the person who purchases it does the subdividing.
Okay. And Mr. Groenhauer, let me ask you, what's the urgency in getting this taken care of right now versus going ahead and purchasing the property and then having that tentative map run, concurrently with this zoning? It sounds like you have all the neighborhood support, and if you brought it back and you're doing exactly what you're saying, it sounds like we would have, everybody's support. And
Yes.
That being the case, I don't see how we could deny this after listening to whatever everyone said tonight.
No, it's a very good question. And the issue you run into is you have 180 days, 6 months from the date of the auction to come in and get your entitlements. And as you guys know, if you're familiar with entitlement and you develop, the last thing you're going to do is close on a piece of property without entitlements. That is something that I would never recommend as an attorney to any of my clients. I've never recommended to close on a piece of property. They would not close on the piece of property, especially when you're dealing with builders and public companies like that. They like to close, and in this instance, on a tentative map. And if anything, so we had to figure out the best way to move the process forward. If we had to do the parcel map and then do the zoning and the tentative map, it crosses a 6-month time frame.
No further questions?
Thank you.
Through the chair, so for clarity, you'll be back here in a few months with a tentative map that the commission will have a chance to comment, approve, or deny at that time. That's what you're showing today on that map that you're going to put in for the record?
Yes, Commissioner Cherry, you're absolutely correct. Is before they're going to close on the property, a tentative map needs to be approved, and we are set going through the process. I've been told for a March Planning Commission. That may change, but I've been told it's March Planning Commission is when we're looking to do our tentative map, which would be after the City Council approval of the zoning itself. And then at that time, that's when we have the entitlements to be able to look to close.
Thank you.
Okay. I've taken a close look at this. I've listened to both sides. Let me say this. We are a land use board. We are not elected, we're appointed. We have the luxury of looking at land uses without fear of angering constituents who may not reelect us. That's what we get to enjoy because of our appointments. Sometimes neighbors agree with us, sometimes they don't. You've heard me tonight disagree with staff and vote contrary to their recommendation. In this case, I think staff got it right, and I want to explain why. There is a residential development plan in this area. I see this rezoning as compatible with the surrounding areas in terms of density because other lots near this site have lots ranging from just under 1/4 of an acre to over 1/2 an acre. And an RD development, even though we're only taking part of this parcel as RD, is at the lower point of that range. We are limited. I wish we could do what the county can do by way of splitting parcels. We're not allowed to do that in this case, and we don't have those tools. I'm okay with the understanding that this parcel will be divided with RE to the east and RD to the west. And I will tell the neighbors right now, if D.R. Horton comes back in here with a tentative map that differs from the representations made tonight, they will not see my support, because I'm going to trust the representation made that what we see here in a few months is going to be substantially similar to what has been shown to us tonight. Having said that, I do have two questions for staff. Our good county planning commissioner made a suggestion about tying the map to the resolution of intent, and I want to ask the city attorney if that's even a
Those no
possibility.
longer exist in the city of Las Vegas.
All right. And then just adding to the comment about waiving off-site improvements, that's not in front of us. This is just a rezoning issue tonight. So having said all that, I was going to recommend a review coming back in a year, but because we're going to see, ongoing applications on this very parcel, I don't see the need of doing that, because we're going to have lots of opportunities to stop this process if anything changes other than what's been suggested tonight. So with that, I'm in support of this, and my vote will be to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Carrera.
Thank you. Mr. Grunow, I have a question for you. From looking at the map, this will be the only parcel that would be RD in this entire vicinity. There's RE, there's RU, there's R1.
No, that's,
Am
if I may show you, that's not entirely correct.
Okay.
If I take a look at the zoning map here, what you'll see is you have R1 right here, which
Right.
is smaller lots. Although this is a county, now I call this a county island, but a county parcel, this is RD, residential RD zoning in the county. You have R1 that's located over here. So one of the things that we were looking at, which makes perfect sense, is, I'm going to use the word, a demarcation line, is Alpine Ridge. And then as far as the development, as far as having, when I just say less than the half-acre lots, and then we're going to have the half-acre lots on the east side of Alpine Ridge Way. So you actually have already mixture of zonings in the area, and even on Alpine Ridge up here, you have R1 with some RNP, and then also in the area, because I did this for Lennar Homes, you have some R1 with some RNP in here that has a variety of different lot sizes. So actually, when you start looking at this northwest area, you do have a mixture of different zonings. And what I thought is really very important, and I didn't do a good job of clarifying it, is there are certain parameters we know from development standards that we got to come in with 20,000 square foot lots. As I pointed out, we know now, at least when we're in the county, and I take this county and the city the same, is we're doing 8 lots on 5 acres, not 9, because before, used to do it up to 10, and there's like some lots over here, some subdivisions in the R&P back in the day where we did 10 lots on 5 acres. And by, the way things go, I guess, through iterations after iterations, things change. So now where we are is at 8 lots on 5 acres is the new half-acre development, so to speak, in the county, and it essentially ends up being the same in the city, too. So that's a parameter that now overlaps each jurisdiction.
Thank you.
Through the chair, Mr. Gronauer, I know you to be a man of your word, and through this commission, from applications you've done in the past, and although your client could change their mind and come back with a different tentative map, and I will say I wouldn't be denying it at that point, but I do feel comfortable moving forward with the application as it is today, knowing that that tentative map will be coming forward. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I would go ahead and make the same comment that if something changes and we don't have the RE half-acre lots as you represent today, you would not get my support in the future either.
And I totally respect that. As a matter of fact, that's why D.R. Horton has allowed me to make the representation to you, because they would be done doing development in the Northwest, because the elected officials will make sure nothing would ever happen again out here for them.
Any other comments? Anyone like to make a motion? Commissioner Cherry?
Through the chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve item 51, ZON 62343.
Motion is to approve item 51. Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, item 51 will be heard at the City Council meeting on February 17th, 2016.
Okay, since our last break, we've been going at least 2.5 hours, so it's time for another break. We've still got about 12 items left, so 10-minute break. We'll be in recess.
Just out of curiosity, this is
Okay, we are back on the record, and I recall the meeting back to order. I want to note the absence of Commissioner Quinn. She is not feeling well, so she's excused from the remainder of tonight's meeting, and Commissioner Cherry is walking her to her car, so he'll be back. But we have a quorum, city attorney, so we'll go ahead and go forward. We are now at related items 52 and 53. Item 52 is VAR 62318. The applicant is Starbucks Coffee Company, and the owner is JLSC Commercial LLC and JLSC LLC. For possible action on a request for a variance to allow a residential adjacency setback of 39 feet where a minimum of 60 feet is required at the southwest corner of Sahara Avenue and Rice Street in Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Related item 53 is SDR 62317 for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 1,750 square foot restaurant with a waiver to allow an 8-foot landscape buffer along the east perimeter where 15 feet is required in Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. May we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant has proposed to construct a restaurant with drive-through on 2 lots within redevelopment area 2. The irregular shaped lot and the need for additional vehicle stacking for the drive-through resulted in the need for a waiver of the landscape buffered standard along the eastern portion of the site and a residential adjacency setback variance. Staff finds the applicant's hardship to not be preferential in nature and is recommending approval of both applications. Please note that additional letters of protest and support have been received. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Jim Gallegos. I'm with Pure Partners out of Austin, Texas. I'm a developer for Starbucks, and I have the property that you just spoke of under contract to close this month. I want to thank staff and for all the work they've done with us. We've worked on with them with multiple site plans to get to this site plan. The constraints of the site with the dimensions that we have are were a little tough, so they worked with us on getting us to a point where we could get a site plan that worked, and that's why we're here for this variance, because the site at that portion of that one parcel is probably about 90 feet, so a 60-foot setback off that single-family tract next to us would confine it pretty significantly. The owner of that tract directly adjacent to us is the actual owner of the tract that we're buying. So they gave us a letter supporting it, but the letter said as long as we close by the end of the year last year, because we were planning on closing in December. So, you know, we didn't provide that letter, but we can provide support from that adjacent lot. The only request I have, you know, we've been meeting with staff, and we have our applications in for permitting as far as we can get them at this point. And in a meeting we had yesterday, it was a bond meeting. One of the reviewers requested or recommended to us that item number 8 under the SDR conditions that discusses the issuance. Actually, I'm sorry. That talks about the parcel map completion and discussing it with what type of map we would need for to get a legal lot out of the 2 parcels. They recommended that we request your consideration of changing at the time of building permit to the time of certificate of occupancy. And so we'd like to respectfully request that too for your consideration. So we did speak with the city surveyor. Our surveyor, local surveyor, Diamondback Surveying, did discuss with your city surveyor the right type of application, and it's a parcel map is what we're going to be submitting. I appreciate it, and if you have any questions, I have some other folks on my team here as well. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I'll open this for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard on these items? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Commissioner Creer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know, I'm confused of exactly where the entrance is, where the drive-through is going to be, where the exit is going to be.
Yes, sir.
All I see really schematics on things, but I don't see exactly where that's going to go. And then the variance of the setback exactly where is that?
Yes, sir. The map that you're looking at, that staff has provided, or that we submitted to staff and they provided on the monitor, our full ingress egress access is off of Sahara. And we worked with that driveway. I have my transportation engineer here as well. We worked with NDOT with that location of that driveway and submitted a TIA to them and to the city and have approvals of both of those, from you all and from the state. But that's the full access. And then as you come into the site, coming in off of Sahara, the drive-through wraps around the building and there's the only drive out to Rye is an exit only, and it's 4A. It's in case someone has to leave the drive-through. It's not a full access in and out. It's only an exit.
So you're going to enter on Sahara, and this map, you can't look at it. I don't know if it's on your screen there. If you can,
the site plan's on my screen, sir.
So, Rye Street's over here. So Sahara, and this is going to be, am I looking at it's going to be facing, the front of the facility is going to be facing Sahara?
Well, the front of the facility, you know, the end, I guess it's a rectangle. So the Sahara, the portion of the building that's to Sahara is the drive-through window and the long portion of the building. And it's, so that's as the drive-through comes out is closest to Sahara.
Okay, and so they're going to come in on Sahara. The entrance, I guess, is facing west?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's the entrance on the side there. They're going to come in there, there'll be parking spots there, then the drive-through will come down and around the back and around the side. And then the setback...
yeah, the setback that we're looking at would be off of the, if you come down Rye Street.
Off of Rye?
Yes, sir. And right past the, really just the exit only, that small drive you see coming out onto Rye, the property line is directly, you know, just right beyond that driveway.
Right.
And so there's a single-family lot there. So the setback is off of that property line, I guess parallel with Rye, but perpendicular with Sahara.
And who owns that lot?
That lot is what I found out was that the owners that are selling us our tract actually own that lot.
So in order for you the cars to come through to be able to fit your drive-through, you're going to have to take a portion of that?
We're not buying that single-family lot. It's just that they own that single-family lot.
Right. So for the images that are here that we have.
Yes, sir.
Where's that image? It didn't look like there's not a lot of room for cars to come through on that side.
Yeah, the only onto Rye is just an exit. Like I said, you're going to come, if you come into the side off of Sahara and you go into the drive-through lane, it widens up after you've entered the drive-through lane, and that exit was only for traffic that has decided they don't want to wait in line, and it's an exit only if you're not going to complete an order and go through and get coffee and then leave. So if you go through and make an order and come through and to the drive-through that's up parallel to a Sahara, you end up coming back out and exiting the same driveway you came in on.
Right, okay. So, but going back to Rye, on the east, the back of the building, cars are going to come in, they're going to go around, and they're going to make a left-hand turn, order their drink, and then come around and exit. So maybe this is this picture that I'm looking at.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same one I'm looking at, though, right?
No, I'm looking at my backup material. I guess a picture that, I'm not sure if staff took this picture, the one that shows the gate by the vacant property. No, it's not the elevations. It's on. No, it's on those. Keep going. There. Where is that?
Okay, there's a current small donut facility there right now, and so that's actually that's before the driveway coming out onto Rye, so it's not, yeah. You can't even see Rye from this picture at all.
Okay, so I was looking at it wrong then. So
there's an alley, it looks like an alley, but there's actually a driveway where we're putting our exit driveway only right now. And there's a driveway that comes out onto Rye currently, so we're leaving that driveway cut for traffic to exit if they decide they're not going to go all the way through the driveway of Starbucks.
Okay. I got you now. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Cherry.
Through the chair, this is one of those parcels, if I remember, that's on the south side of Sahara, that where the city line kind of jogs and takes in some to the city and the rest is county to the south. I drive by this all the time. It's exciting to see something new come forward and be developed and clean up the neighborhood a little bit, so you'll see my approval on the application.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
How about a motion?
Through the chair, with that, I'd like to make a motion on item 52, VAR 62318, for approval.
Motion is to approve item 52. Please vote. Motion carries.
Through the chair, item 53, SDR 62317, I'd like to make a motion for approval.
Thank you. Motion is to approve item 53. Please cast your vote. We waiting for a vote? That motion also carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 52 and 53 are final action unless appeals to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Moving on to related items 54 and 55. 54 is VAR 62337. The applicant is John Geach and J. Lee. The owner is Robarts 1981 Trust for possible action on a request for a variance to allow 0 additional parking spaces where 2 additional spaces are required at 4033 West Sahara Avenue in Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Item 55 is SUP 62340 for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,032 square foot massage establishment with a waiver to allow a distance separation of 20 feet from a residential use where 400 feet is required. Also in Ward 1, staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, this is a request for a parking variance and a special use permit with a waiver to allow a massage establishment to be located within 400 feet of a residentially zoned property, with the subject site and the residentially zoned property being separated by only a 20-foot alley and the site's inability to accommodate the additional parking demand. Staff is recommending denial of both applications. Please note that additional letters of protest have been received. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. You guys really get paid for this, or don't get paid for this, huh? It's amazing. I've never been to a commission meeting before, so excuse me for my ignorance. My wife and I are in the process of trying to open up this massage therapy business. My wife, she's been here in this country now for 3 years, and she worked very hard to get her massage therapy license. It took 7 months, up at 6 in the morning, rarely home before 7 o'clock at night. Had to pass a national exam to get her license. Finally, another 3 months, 4 months, just to get the license after a federal background check. She works now at a massage therapy business as a key employee. It's in the city, so it's a key employee. She has an excellent reputation. She's had no issues with the city, and we are requesting a variance and a special use permit. There's one interesting thing. They're noting that we're within 20 feet of a residence, but even though it's true, it's quite misleading representation. I've put a picture up here, if we can go to that. Oh gosh, that's not very good. Can we zoom in? Great. This is the subject property right here. This is the 20 feet, there's an alleyway behind here, and this is the 20 feet they're talking about to a residence. But the situation is, if you wanted to go literally from our establishment to this residence, you would have to come out here, come all the way down here, walk through this parking lot, and at this point, you're already at the 400 feet, which is the distance that's necessary to be away from a house. You'd still have to come down here, and this would be the very first house a person could even get to, which is over 500 feet away from the entrance to our business. If you wanted to get into this house that's literally, as they say, 20 feet away, you would have to walk an additional almost 300 feet down to this distance here just to get to it. So it'd take 900 feet to get into this residence. So it just doesn't really kind of hold muster from what they're saying. This is a view out the back door of this business, which, by the way, would never be used. We don't purchase items. We would never have delivery items. So the back door is just something that wouldn't be used. But right behind us, this house that they're talking about being 20 feet away, it's got a 7.5-foot wall, and it's got a spiked fence above that. I've noticed in the report they've sent over, they talk about easy access from the residents to our business, but, that's just not true. I mean, you would literally have to come all the way around here just to get to this, and we're at 400 feet from here to here already. So I think that kind of answers that 20-foot versus 400 feet requirement. Also, we were talking about the parking. We've requested 4 massage therapy rooms, and when I was dealing with Mark Rex over at the planning department, he indicated to me that because of 4 rooms, you have to have a parking space for each therapist and a parking space for each client as potential. So you need to have 8 spots. Where my wife works now, they have 4 rooms, and they are never full. I mean, at most, you'd have 3 rooms full, but they're never full. But even with that being said, this parking lot, which has over 40 parking spaces to it, is always 50, 60% empty. To request just that we happen to need those 2 extra spots, it doesn't seem reasonable. And I've got another picture here. This shows the back area, and you can clearly see, I'm actually going to put this one on here. This is the alleyway from here to here, and then you have another 12 feet that goes from the building to, I guess, which would be the property line. I checked with the planning division, and they tell me that a parallel parking spot could be put there. It needs to be at least 9 feet wide and 23 feet long, and that's more than enough room for 1 car if necessary. So with that being said, I respectfully request that we could get a special use permit and a variance for the parking. Is there any questions?
My only question is, you are John Geach.
I am. Oh, I'm so sorry. John Geach, and address is 1267 Strong Drive, Las Vegas, 89102. I am, not only this business is going to be in Ward 1, but we're also constituents of Ward 1.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to open this for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard on either of these items? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment and see if there's any discussion on the commission. Commissioner Carrera.
Thank you. Not that I have necessarily discussion, but it seems like item 55 should have come before item 54. Because if we approve 55, or if we don't approve 55, then 54 is moot. But, I don't know, just a housekeeping.
Any other comments?
No.
Questions for the applicant?
I do have a question. It's regarding 55, though, not necessarily 54. Can I ask a question regarding, what are your hours of operation?
6 a.m. to 10 p.m. We fall within the regulations of the city.
7 days a week?
Yes, sir.
And your clients, you have a current database of clients? Are they, I saw that it said mostly a lot of elderly people.
Yes, as a matter of
But are
fact, that
people
seems
with-
to be a big part of our clientele, handicapped and elderly people. That's why we chose this particular place. It's very easily accessible. It's got handicap parking. It's got ramps. The things that we have to do inside construction-wise that we've already that we've showed the planning commission. I'm sorry, the building department includes actually taking out some concrete and putting some sloping inside, so if somebody does come in with a wheelchair, it will be accessible. But I would say better than half of her clientele has handicaps one way or the other.
What's the name of the facility?
That's not sure yet. We were thinking of, the address is 4033 Sahara, so we were thinking about calling it Massage 4033, but we're not 100% sure on that. We might call it Massage on Sahara. We're just not certain.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Geach, I have a few questions. Can you tell me what steps you're going to take to make sure a qualified person is always on premises?
Well, yes, with my wife, she's already a key employee at a city establishment, so we know what's involved with that. It either has to be owners at all the time that's open, it has to be one of the owners and/or a key employee. So at any given time when we're open, it will be myself, my wife, or key employees.
Are you a qualified person?
I am not. I'm not a massage therapist. My wife
Okay,
is,
so
and I don't plan to do
let's take you out
massage.
of that mix. Then we've only got your wife and another key employee. Will that key employee be a qualified person?
No, as an owner, I can be an owner and not a massage therapist. So I would have certified massage therapist there, and I'm sorry, I said that wrong. An owner needs to be there, but an owner takes the place of a key employee. The key employee, the idea of that is to make sure you don't have people working without a license.
So
Somebody
I want
take
you to use
responsibility.
my vernacular, and you understand what a qualified person is, don't you?
Well, according to what I've been told, yes, qualified person means a owner or key employee has to be there when the business is open.
Okay.
Unquestionably. Now, as for somebody to do massage therapy, that has to be a certified massage therapist, Nevada certified massage therapist. So if I was there working as the owner, I'm only there as a business person. I'm not doing massage or massage therapy. I never touch a client.
All right, let's try this again.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Who is a qualified person based on your understanding?
A qualified person?
Yes, under our code, do you have an understanding about who's required to be at the business during any time of operation?
Yes. Owner or key employee has to be at the business during operation. Also, if somebody's going to be doing a massage, it has to be a certified massage therapist.
Okay, so you're saying that either you, your wife, or a key employee, and that key employee would be a licensed
Massage therapist, of course, yes.
One of them will always be on site during business hours.
100%, yes, has
Okay.
to be.
And I guess I just have a recommendation for the commission, and that is to put a review in place to see if there are any violations of that during your first year, so that we could reconsider our decision if the decision is in favor.
I understand, of course, and actually, they come quite often to where my wife works, and I assume they would do that with us as well. We do understand that. One thing interesting is on the...
Hang on. Would you agree to a one-year administrative review?
Oh, of course, yes.
All right. I'll entertain a motion if there are no other discussions.
Mr. Chairman, just
Yes.
to clarify, that would be from the date of issuance of the business license?
Yes. And again, I want to make sure I have your okay on that.
Yes, sir.
You understand it would be 1 year from the day of the issuance of business license?
Understand.
Okay, and you agree to that?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. How about a motion?
Mr. Chairman, in regards to variance 62337, I make a motion for approval, subject to all staff as approved conventions.
Thank you. Motion is to approve item 54. Please vote.
54, yes.
Motion carries.
And in regards to the special use permit, 62340, make a motion for approval, subject to all staff conditions, with the addition that there would be a one-year administrative review, 1 year from the date of business license issuance.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please vote. Motion also carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 54 and 55 will be heard at the City Council meeting on February 17th, 2016.
Do I have to go to that meeting? Or am I done? That city council meeting?
You do need to go to that.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your help.
Advisable to go.
Sorry?
You do not have to go, but it would be advisable for you to go.
So it's not done then? Still has to go through that? Thank you so much.
Okay, moving on to related items 56, 57, 58, and 59. Item 56 is VAR 62407. The applicant is DR Horton Incorporated, and the owner is 805 Land LLC. For possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 27-foot private street where 47 feet is required, and to allow no amenity zones and sidewalks where such are required for a proposed residential subdivision located east of Campbell Drive and north of Charleston Boulevard in Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Item 57 is WVR 62353 for possible action on a request for a waiver to allow no streetlights where such are required for a proposed residential subdivision in Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Item 58 is VAC 62357 for possible action on a request for a petition to vacate a public sewer easement located east of Campbell Drive, north of Charleston Boulevard in Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. And item 59, TMP 62358, for possible action on a request for a tentative map for a 4-lot single-family residential subdivision in Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, this is a request for a tentative map for a 6-lot, single-family residential subdivision, a waiver of the off-site street lighting requirement, a variance to allow for no sidewalk and amenity zone along a private street, and to allow a 27-foot private street where 47 feet is required. The applicant is also requesting to vacate an existing 10-foot wide sewer easement. The applicant has not presented unique or extraordinary evidence to warrant the requested waiver and variance. Staff is recommending denial of all applications except for the proposed vacation of the sewer easement. Please note that additional letters of protest and support have been received. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here representing the application. If I could get your attention to the overhead. The location of this property is generally off of Campbell and Palomino Lane. I'm sure if you're familiar with this area, it's a very unique area. I consider it more of the old Las Vegas. The piece of property here, first of all, as I'm showing you on the overhead, is the vacation that we're asking to vacate in this area. The easement, staff is recommending approval. Also on what I want to show you is because on the variance and waiver applications, we have this is Campbell here, and there's an existing private street that's 27 feet wide that goes into this 2.5 acre parcel, and actually the street has already been, the infrastructure's in place. What we're asking to do is to waive the requirement that requires us to do a 47-foot wide a street along with street lights, landscaping, et cetera, et cetera. It's basically in this area practically impossible to do because you have a 27-foot wide private street that goes from wall to wall basically here. We have access to another, to the back of the house in this area here that's not a part of our property. It services this private street, another piece of property, and then it'll be servicing the 4-lot subdivision in here. So with that being said, we'd ask you to approve the variance application and the waiver application based on the existing infrastructure that's in place, and then the tentative map also be approved along with the vacation application.
Okay, thank you. I'll open this for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Commissioner Trowbridge?
Oh,
I'll entertain a motion if there are no comments or questions.
Through the chair, I feel comfortable with the application coming forward. I would move for an approval on item 56, VAR 62407.
Motion is to approve item 56. Please vote. Motion carries.
Through the chair, on item 57, WVR 62353, I'd make a motion for approval.
Motion is to approve item 57. Please vote. Motion carries.
Through the chair, on item 58, VAC 62357, I'd make a motion for approval.
Please vote. Commissioner Trowbridge? Thank you. A motion carries.
And through you, Mr. Chair, item 59, TMP 62358, I'd also make a motion for approval.
Motion is to approve item 59. Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you very much, and I hope you get out of here before tomorrow happens.
Mr. Chairman, items 56 through 59 are final action unless appealed to the City Clerk's office within 10 days.
Items 60 and 61 are related. Item 60
Sorry,
is...
Mr. Chairman, since there's a waiver of streetlights, that would actually have to be handled by the City Council to waive the right for streetlights.
Mr. Chair, they're private street lighting, so I don't know that it would have to go to City Council. It's a private street.
I defer to Public Works.
Mr. Lowenstein, what shall we do?
The final action is fine with me.
Okay.
Final action it is.
Final action.
Okay. Item 60 is VAR 62414. The applicant owner is Nevada Stupak. For possible action on a request for a variance to allow a street name to vary along the same alignment where such is not allowed on Baltimore Avenue between Las Vegas Boulevard and Fairfield Avenue in Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Item 61, related item 61, is SNC 62415. For possible action on a request for a street name change from Baltimore Avenue to Bob Stupak Avenue between Las Vegas Boulevard and Fairfield Avenue in Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the limited street name change request conflicts with the city's addressing regulations and requires approval of a variance. Staff recommends denial of both applications as the proposed street naming configuration would cause confusion for drivers continuing past Fairfield Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I'm Nevada Stupak. This is my mother, Sandy. Address is 910 Rancho Circle, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89109. I wanted to introduce myself and my family, and I'm here to ask for your support and vote in renaming a portion of Baltimore Avenue. It's the street in front of the Stratosphere Tower that connects to Las Vegas Boulevard, and it would be in conjunction with the 20th year anniversary of the Stratosphere Tower, which would happen later this year. Bob Stupak is the original owner, founder, and conceiver of the Stratosphere. It's the tallest observation tower in the United States and was a top 10 tallest structure in the world when it was built. The site was transformed from a used car lot in the 1970s to the third most expensive casino destination resort in the history of the world in its day in 1996. He was a creator of jobs, and the Stratosphere is the largest independent employer in the city of Las Vegas, private employer. He was a philanthropist in the area. There's a community center and a park that bear his name, or the family's name. He was, at one point, was named Mr. Las Vegas by the City Council and was one of the first 100 in the book by the Las Vegas Review-Journal. And the project has the full support of the community in the area, the surrounding property owners, the councilmen in the area, and has been written about by several publications since it's been conceived. The area that you can see on the map is a small portion of the area of the road, but it is the area that enters in off the boulevard, which is directly in front of the property. If you look as the road continues, it's a very short street. So the street is only 2 blocks long in its entirety. So the amount of traffic that would come in there and be confused is extremely limited. And in working with the councilman's office, this has been done before, where a street has changed that had a larger area. But that's pretty much it.
Thank you. Anything?
I would like to say something. I've known Bob Stupak, God bless his soul, since he was in his 20s. Even though we've been divorced, and were divorced a long time, we're still friends. But his priority was always Las Vegas. He loved Las Vegas. He breathed Las Vegas. Unfortunately, people don't think of how inspirational he was. They think of the latter years. And the latter years were caused because of the devastating accident that he had on a motorcycle with my son. But I met him as a bright young man, and I want him to be remembered. I honestly do. Thank you for listening.
Will you go ahead and tell us your name and address, please?
Oh, sorry. I'm Sandy Blumen, B-L-U-M-E-N. I'm at 910 Rancho Circle.
Thank you very much.
I think just one last comment that I forgot to mention is that one of my dad's goals in building that was to extend the Las Vegas Strip to the city of Las Vegas. And with that tower, I think that was accomplished, and the tower has now been a city symbol for the city of Las Vegas.
Okay, great. I will open this for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Any discussion on the commission? Commissioner Carrera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question. Why just partial street? Why not the full street?
Based on the amount of, with the street as it is, there would be no address changes. So there's not any address that receives mail in that portion of Baltimore. And from communicating with the councilman's office, it was recommended to approach with a limited use so that there wouldn't be the inconvenience for the other people that were involved in the area behind there.
You know, I think that we should do more of this with a lot of the people that have been icons in our city, whether you liked, you know, people, Bob Stupak or not, whether your opinion of him or not, the guy was an icon in this city. He put it out there, man, and he was a guy that will always be remembered by people who have lived in this city and grown up in this city. And there are a lot of other people like that that we need to find ways to honor them in some way. And so I would be supporting this. I think it's cool. I think it's Vegas.
Commissioner Cherry.
Through the chair, your father was certainly an inspiration for, you know, many people growing up here. And to this day, I go to the park and I have some of my best soccer games are out there with the kids out there. I really, I enjoy it out there. And as far as the directional thing, you know, we live in a day and age with technology that our GPS is going to tell us to go on this Bob Stupak area, and then it'll switch to Baltimore, you know, and I feel like people can get past that. I will be supporting the application, and I hope it moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Cherry, will you also call Google Maps tonight? Let them know.
I will let them know.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, same thing. Whenever I looked at this, it's one small portion of Baltimore, but Baltimore is only 2 blocks long, and this is directly right in the south side, the stratosphere, not affecting anyone. I don't see how this would really affect anyone. For those who don't have a GPS in that neighborhood, I would recommend that you get with Public Works and try figuring out a way to point people in the right directions, you know. I don't think many people in that neighborhood are really going to get confused, so it'll also see my support, and if there's, looks like we might have somebody else.
Commissioner Trowbridge?
Well, I can either pontificate or make a motion. Motion?
I'd rather have you make a motion.
All right, variance, in regards to variance 624114, 42414, make a motion for approval, subject to all staff conditions.
Motion is to approve item 60. Please vote. Commissioner Creer, have you voted?
Sure. You see it.
Motion carries.
Okay. And in
Thank you so
regards
much.
to,
Have a good evening.
We got one more.
One more, okay,
Wait a minute.
sorry.
in regards to the street name change, 4062415, make a motion for approval, subject to all staff conditions.
Thank you. Please vote. Motion also carries.
Thank you so much.
And Mr. Chairman, these items will be heard at City Council on February 17th, 2016.
Okay, item 62 is VAR 62260. The applicant owner is HOP LLC. For possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 0-foot setback from the public right-of-way. These haven't been obeyed, right? Okay. Where 5 feet is required for a proposed freestanding sign to allow a private sign to encroach into the public right-of-way where such is not allowed, and to allow a single pole on the sign with 10 inches of ground contact where 31 inches is required on the west side of 3rd Street, 100 feet south of Colorado Avenue in Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. We please have a report from staff.
Mr. Chairman, before staff report, just want to go ahead and disclose that I have an ongoing business relationship with Christina Roush, and I'm under contract on a different project, so I'll be abstaining on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Staff report?
Mr. Chairman, as proposed, the sign poses a safety concern with traffic traveling southbound on 3rd Street, especially from RTC buses or other high-profile vehicles. In addition, the proposed sign fails to meet the Title 19 freestanding sign design requirements. As the hardships claimed by the applicant is self-created, staff recommends denial. Please note that additional letters have been received after the publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Christina Roush. Address is 1137 South Rancho Drive, Suite 120, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant HOP LLC. And you guys should have, I think, some submittals that we have. Do you have them for review on the monitors or no tonight?
We do.
Oh, okay, good. What we're trying to do is we have a building that is of vintage age of about 1954, 1960s architecture style. And we're trying to maintain the integrity of that. The sign that we are proposing is actually an old sign that we have restored and are putting back in place, back in service. The location that we have this building that we're renovating is a very blighted area of the South Arts District. In fact, this is the last building that sits within the Arts District. We are one of only 2 people in the area that are doing anything within this 3-block radius. Next door to us, there will be a medical marijuana facility, and that's it. We have a significant investment in this facility. I think when it's all said and done, we'll have about $3.5 million into this project. And the sign, as you can see, is a 1960s retro-style sign. The variance that we're asking for is that it overhangs the sidewalk. It does not hang into the street. It would not interfere with vehicular traffic. The reason we're asking for it is so that businesses can see the sign as they approach the property. We have one driveway in and one driveway out, and this sign would allow people to prepare to slow down and see that this is where they're going and the businesses that they're looking to patronize. Furthermore, there are signs up the way a couple of blocks, including Rockin' Noodles, that overhang the sidewalk similarly. So we're asking to just continue that same precedent that's already been set. We also own 3 other properties in the immediate area. Within the next 3 months, we'll break ground on 50 units in the next block for multifamily apartment and micro-housing at Utah and Casino Center. And immediately behind this property at Imperial and Casino Center, we just renovated 7 apartment units as well. So we do have a significant commitment and investment in the neighborhood. And another thing that we would ask the Planning Commission and City Council, if we go that far, which I assume that we will, is that we would like streetlights in the area. We have them on 3rd Street, but there are no streetlights at all on Casino Center from Colorado to Utah. And it's very dark, and it is difficult to navigate around, and it is difficult for people to feel safe in the area. So we feel like we are making a significant improvement, and we ask respectfully for you to consider our application today.
Okay, thank you. I'll open this for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. And let me just start with something that I can't ignore, which is that one of staff's concerns is that the sign extends into the street, posing a safety risk. How far into the street does this extend? Can you tell me, Ms. Roush?
My understanding is that it does not extend into the street, only over the sidewalk.
It looks, look here, if you look, Mr. Chair, it looks like it's 1 foot if you look at the 4th PDF that we have for the statement of financial interest. If you go down.
Is it different than what you see on your left screen, Commissioner?
Yes, it's a colored picture, and it says the whole 110.6 feet. It looks like it's 1 foot into the street.
So it seems to, that, I think,
It could be that either the rendering is misrepresented, or it could be that our sign company has made a mistake in the rendering. I would be happy to agree to a condition where it does not overhang the street whatsoever. It's not our intention to interfere with vehicular traffic or cause a safety problem in any way whatsoever.
so a question for staff, can we rectify this tonight with a condition that it pulls back and does not extend into the roadway? Or would that have to be an amended application of some?
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. Just so you know, condition number 6 under Public Works does require that the sign cannot extend further than the back of curb. So I think we have that covered via condition.
Okay, very good, there we go.
I have a question.
Commissioner Creer?
Thank you. What is the business?
It's
Is
a
it-
multi-tenant office and retail building. I apologize, I should have given you a better description. At least 10,000
Because,
square.
yeah,
I'm sorry.
well, the name is Hop, so you think that it's a brew pub, at least me. So I'm wondering, at least your company is Hop LLC.
HOP LLC, it's just an acronym for, some of
Okay.
our partners' names.
So what's the business?
The business is a multi-tenant retail and office mixed-use building. So we have leases to third parties. In fact, we'll be leasing to Quentin Abramo from Facilitech on Main Street. He's going to do a second location for his Cooperate shared office space. He's also got a showroom of office furniture that'll be on the ground floor. We have been approved already for an urban lounge, and we are working with a couple of operators right now for an Italian restaurant and for a separate urban lounge operator.
And so you're all approved with that? That's moving
Absolutely.
forward?
Yeah, that
You
was
just want
done a
a
year and a
sign.
half ago. This is just for the sign.
Okay, thank you.
This is just to replace a sign that we're having renovated and restored.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cherry?
Through the chair, the rendering certainly feels like it represents that it comes out a foot, but we are clear that there is a condition number 6, that no portion of the proposed sign shall extend further than the back of curb on 3rd Street. With that condition, I'd be willing to support this application. Thank you.
I have another question, I apologize. Mr. Chair? Quick.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. So with the signs, when you pull a permit for the signs, you'll have to get all the, that wouldn't come through us, maybe it's a question for staff about all of the, I don't know if it's earthquake or whatever the things are for signs, freestanding signs that they'll have to,
Through you, Chairman, it would have to go through the Department of Building and Safety, reviewed by the Planning Department.
Yeah.
In addition to that, there would be an encroachment agreement for it to be within the right-of-way.
Thank you.
I'll entertain a motion.
Through the chair, I'd like to make a motion for approval on item 62, VAR 62260 for approval.
Motion is to approve item 62. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries, noting the abstention of the vice chair.
Mr. Chairman, item 62
Thank
is
you, Commissioners.
final action unless appealed to city clerk's office within 10 days.
Okay, Item 63 is VAR 62279. The applicant owner is John R. Cly II and Jonathan S. Sparer. For possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 12-foot rear yard setback where 35 feet is required for a proposed 4,073 square foot addition to the existing 2,775 square foot principal dwelling, and a 5-foot rear yard setback where 10 feet is required for a proposed 436 square foot accessory structure, Class 2 gazebo, at 1333 Cashman Drive in Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant has created self-imposed hardship by proposing to construct structures in a manner that does not conform to the code requirements. Staff does not oppose the principal dwelling expansion. However, staff cannot support the gazebo setback variance. Staff therefore recommends denial of this application. Please note additional letters of protest and support have been received after the publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is John Sparer, 1333 Cashman Drive. I have to tell you, I've been an architect here for 35 years. I have never been almost last before, so I'll try
Well,
to
thanks for hanging on.
Thank you. You guys do a really good job and keep your calm very well. I have to commend you.
Thanks.
Anyway, what we've done here is we bought this house to move to downtown. We currently have a very large, elaborate home up in the Ridges, and we want to move downtown. We want to be part of the downtown fabric. We love the McNeil Manor neighborhood. We have a lot of friends here. We were fortunate to find this home. It's built in 64, 65, 3/4 of an acre. They never touched the backyard. We're both architects, by the way, and we love doing this kind of stuff. Our intent is to connect the existing accessory building and the existing structure and expand it to a larger home. I think we're about 5,800 square feet when we get done. As the staff has said, there's a technicality with the setback requirement with the accessory building. When we connect it to the main house, the setback is different. Staff does not have a problem with the setback discrepancy or technicality with that. What we do have is a proposed kind of a cabana building, a pool cabana in the back of the property. And I don't know if do you see this, what I have on the counter here?
Yeah, we do.
All righty. So this is the property here. There you go. So we're on the corner of Bryant and Cashman. It's a nice square property. This is the accessory structure, and this is the main house, and this is the addition. This is a little accessory structure in the back. To give you an idea of what we're doing, in keeping with the mid-century modern look of most of the homes in McNeil, this is the existing residence right here. It's in really major disrepair, and like I said, they've never touched the backyard since 1964, and you can even see the lawn and everything else in the front, even the paint and everything else in the house. This top is what we're planning on doing. Okay, and that's just a touch of what you see of what we're going to invest into this property. This gives you an idea of a little bit of the back, and this is this little bit of a cabana structure that we're talking about there. This brick wall that you see in the rendering here is actually an existing brick wall to our neighbor to the east. Elva Wiedner, who has a little over an acre property, she has signed a letter of support. She's very supportive. She was actually the realtor that sold us the property. You can see what is on her side of the property. With her size of the property, her entire house and everything is really oriented to the east and to the south. This backside is really kind of a junk area, as you can see. So she does not have a problem with our request for this variance of going from 10 feet to 5 feet with this structure. And in fact, she's going to work with us because we have a power pole that's on the property line between the two properties, and she's working with us to get rid of that power line as well. I have some brochures here I'd like to just share with the commissioners real quick, just to give you an idea of the home, that we currently designed and built and have been living in for the last 5 years up in the ridges, to give you show you the quality and the extent of what we've done in the past. This house was $18.5 million, currently on the market for 12.5, so it's a real bargain if anybody's interested to move up to the ridges. It's won quite a bit of awards. It's been photographed. It's been in movies. Our intent is to take part of the areas of this big house that we're in now of 13,300 square feet of what we live in, the kitchen, the big master bedroom, the living room, just certain areas that we really live in, and bring them and recreate them in this house here in McNeil. We're going to probably be in the order of about $1.2 million to $1.5 million in what we're investing in McNeil in this house. But it's because we want to live here. We're going to plan on being here for a long time, and this is, two architects, we can't help ourselves. So for us to either move this cabana building, this pavilion is really what it is, another 5 feet into our backyard and just have a 10-foot dead space behind there just seems to us as a waste of that space. And for the amount of value and what we're willing to do to this house and to the neighborhood, we believe it's not asking for too much. I don't know how many letters you received in support of this. I know the neighborhood is just doing backflips about what we're planning on doing here. They're very, very supportive, and I expect you have quite a few.
They're all documented. They're part of our
Yeah.
backup here. Anything else, sir?
Nope, that's it.
All right, thank you. I'm going to open this for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. And you had me at the first rendering. This is so cool. We may be changing that portion of Cashman Drive to Sparrow Drive down the road.
You could thank those guys back there.
Anyone else?
I just have a question. I really can't see the picture that you have on there too well, especially on the bottom.
Oh.
It's more of a light issue where it's just dark.
Yeah, it's a shadow. Would you like to?
No, so my question, you kind of put that back. So the actual variance that you're requesting is for that overlay cabana there?
It's for this pavilion right here.
And that should be 30,
That should be 10 feet from the property line, and we have it as 5 feet.
Okay.
The 30 feet is the existing garage structure that's built there now.
Where's that?
That is right here. Okay, so that's this structure right here.
You're going to build that?
No, that's built.
Okay.
So that's what happens. It's the technicality. Once we attach it to the main house, it's no longer an accessory structure, and the setback changes from 10 feet to 30 feet.
And you're going to add, when you say propose,
We're going to add
something
all
there.
of this.
Gotcha. So now it becomes one structure. So now you said the setback is not, so from that existing structure, you're going off of what the setback should be?
So from this existing,
Right.
this building right here,
Right,
the existing setback is right where it is right now.
right.
Once we connect it to the other part of the house, it's no longer, technically, it's no longer an accessory structure, it's the residence. The setback would be 30 feet instead of 10 feet.
Oh.
And planning said they have no problem with that, because again, it's just a technicality of.
Yeah, okay, gotcha. All right.
Commissioner Trowbridge?
When are we
Oh,
having
Commissioner-
cocktails?
Commissioner Trowbridge first, then Commissioner Cherry.
Through the chair, I just want to say to the applicant, it looks like an amazing house, very thoughtful architecture, and architects I can see proposing the project, and I'm ready to make a motion for approval on it. Item number 63, VAR 62279, make a motion for approval.
Thank you. Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, item 63 will be heard at City Council on February 17th, 2016.
So we do go to the city council then?
That's correct.
Okay, but as approved?
February 17 with a recommendation of approval from Planning Commission.
Thank you. We are now to the Director's Business portion of the agenda. Item 68 is DIR 62805. The applicant owner is City of Las Vegas for possible action on a request for the election of the 2016 Planning Commission officers. Staff has no recommendation. Does staff have a report?
No, Mr. Chairman. This is your guys' opportunity for the election of new officers for the 2016 calendar year.
Does this need to be open for public comment?
No.
Okay.
No, Jim.
Then we'll limit this to a discussion on the Planning Commission, beginning with Vice Chair. Any nominations for Vice Chair?
Through the chair, I appreciate being new on this commission and seeing the direction between you and Vice Chair, and appreciate the guidance that you guys have given through the process so I can learn. And I'd like to see you both continue on, and I'll make a motion for the Vice Chair to continue with Ms. Commissioner Schlotman. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Motion/nomination has been made for Commissioner Schlotman to remain as Vice Chair. Do I have to hear any other nominations? Any other nominations? Seeing none, we'll close the nomination and now have a vote on Commissioner Cherry's motion. Those in favor of Commissioner Schlotman to remain as Vice Chair? Pardon? Yes. Please vote. Motion carries. Congratulations. And let me just add that Commissioner Schlotman has been an outstanding Vice Chair. I appreciate him covering me when I haven't been able to be here, as well as those times when I've had to abstain. So thank you. Now open business for nominations for the chair for 2016.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think you have done an outstanding job and would like to nominate you for one more term.
Okay, thank you very much. Nomination has been made. Are there any other nominations? Seeing none, I'll close the nominations and please vote.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to nominate Chairman Moody as the chairman for 2016.
Okay, thank you. Please vote. That motion carries. Thank you very much. Appreciate your confidence and look forward to another great year. Oh. Although the gallery is empty, we have reached the citizens' participation portion of the agenda. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. No subject may be acted upon by the Planning Commission unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of any time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. Since there's no one here, I will close the public comment and adjourn this meeting.